Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a time when the scent of pine shavings and salt air mingled in the morning mist, when the rhythm of life moved with the tides, and when a man's hands could shape not just wood, but destiny itself. Close your eyes and drift with me to the shores of ancient Norway, where our tale unfolds in the gentle light of dawn. The first thing Eric Thornson noticed each morning wasn't the pale light creeping through the gaps in his workshop walls, nor the distant cry of gulls wheeling over Bjornhaven's harbor. It was the smell. Pine resin, sharp and clean, mixed with the deeper, earthier scent of oak shavings that had accumulated in every corner of the space over decades. Beneath it all, like a constant whisper, came the salt tang of the sea that had shaped every moment of his 43 years. Eric's eyes opened slowly in the pre-dawn darkness, his body responding to an internal clock that had been set by 30 years of rising before the sun. The workshop around him breathed with familiar sounds, the gentle creak of timber settling, the soft whisper of wind through the gaps in the walls, and somewhere in the distance, the rhythmic wash of waves against the rocky shore that cradled their small village. He lay still for a moment on the simple straw mattress he'd placed in the corner of the workshop 3 months ago, after Astrid had grown tired of his midnight wanderings to check on his work. "You love those boats more than you love me," she'd said, though her tone held more affection than accusation. Perhaps she was right. The workshop had become more than a place of work. It was a sanctuary, a connection to something deeper than the daily routines of village life. The wooden walls around him told stories in their grain and weathering. His father, Thorson the Elder, had built this place with his own hands 40 years ago, selecting each timber with the care of a man who understood that wood had memory, that it carried within its fibers the history of storms weathered and seasons endured. The massive oak beam that ran the length of the ceiling still bore the marks of Thorson's adze, each cut deliberate and sure. Eric rose slowly, his joints protesting the coolness of the morning air. The stone floor beneath his bare feet held the chill of night, sending a pleasant shiver up his spine that helped shake away the last vestiges of sleep. He moved through the familiar space with the unconscious grace of long practice, his feet finding their way between the scattered tools and half-finished projects that filled every available surface. The workshop stretched nearly 30 feet from end to end, its width enough to accommodate the largest vessels the village might need. Workbenches lined the walls, their surfaces scarred and stained by decades of use. Hand tools hung from wooden pegs in careful arrangement, each chisel, plane, and draw knife in its proper place, ready for the day's work. The larger tools, the broad axes and adzes, the bow saws and framing squares, stood in corners or leaned against walls like old friends waiting to be called into service. But it was the boats themselves that gave the space its true character. 3 vessels in various stages of completion occupied the central floor. The smallest, a fishing skiff for young Bjorn Eriksson, needed only its final coat of pine tar to be ready for the water. Beside it, a larger cargo boat waited for its steering oar to be fitted and its rigging completed. And at the far end, taking up nearly a quarter of the workshop, stood Eric's current masterpiece, a longship commissioned by Jarl Magnus for his eldest son's coming of age. Eric made his way to the small brazier near his sleeping area, stirring the coals that had kept the workshop's chill at bay through the night. The orange glow spread warmth across his weathered hands as he fed small pieces of kindling to the flames. Soon, a comfortable warmth began to push back the morning cold, and he set a small iron pot of water to heat for his morning meal. As he waited for the water to warm, Eric found himself drawn, as he was each morning, to the corner where his father's old sea chest sat beneath a covering of oiled leather. The chest itself was a work of art, constructed of the finest oak, with iron fittings that had somehow resisted the corrosion that claimed so many metal objects in the salt air. Thorson had made it during his own apprenticeship, before Eric was born, before he'd established himself as Bjornhaven's master shipwright. Eric lifted the leather covering with reverent care, running his fingers along the chest's smooth lid before opening it. The hinges, kept supple with regular applications of whale oil, moved without sound. Inside, wrapped in pieces of soft wool, lay the tools and treasures his father had accumulated over a lifetime of craftsmanship. There were chisels of the finest steel, their edges still sharp enough to shave the hair from a man's arm, a set of compass dividers made by a master metalsmith in distant Hedeby, their brass surfaces polished to a warm glow. Pieces of amber and jet that Thorson had collected over the years, some carved into small figures, others left in their natural state to catch and hold the light. But it was the collection of drawings that drew Eric's attention this morning, as it had for the past several weeks. His father had been meticulous in recording the details of every vessel he'd built, creating detailed plans drawn on pieces of carefully prepared vellum. Each drawing showed not just the overall shape of a hull, but the precise curves of each strake, the angles of the stem and stern posts, the placement of every rib and thwart. Eric had studied these drawings countless times over the years, learning from them the subtle secrets of his craft. But recently, he had noticed something that had escaped his attention before. At the bottom of the chest, beneath the familiar plans for fishing boats and cargo vessels, lay a single sheet of vellum that seemed different from the others. The drawing showed a vessel unlike any Eric had ever seen. It was clearly a boat. He could make out the familiar curves of a hull, the suggestion of a mast and sail. But the proportions were wrong somehow. The hull was deeper than any practical vessel would need, and the stem and stern posts curved in ways that seemed to serve no functional purpose. Most puzzling of all were the symbols carved along the gunwales, intricate patterns that bore no resemblance to the runic inscriptions Eric knew. He'd asked his father about the drawing once, years ago, when Thorson was still alive to answer such questions. The old man had grown quiet, his usually expressive face closing like a shuttered window. "Some knowledge," he'd said finally, "comes to a man when he's ready for it, and not before." Eric had pressed for more information, but Thorson had turned away, busying himself with some trivial task, and the moment had passed. Now, holding the mysterious drawing in the growing light of dawn, Eric felt that same mixture of curiosity and unease that had plagued him for weeks. The vessel in the drawing called to something deep within him, stirring a restlessness he couldn't quite name. It was as if the boat existed somewhere beyond the edges of his understanding, waiting for him to discover its secrets. The sound of water beginning to bubble in his pot drew Eric back to the present moment. He carefully returned the drawing to its place in the chest, though his fingers seemed reluctant to let it go. There would be time later to puzzle over its mysteries. For now, the day's work awaited. He prepared a simple breakfast of barley porridge sweetened with honey, eating slowly as the workshop filled with the soft light of early morning. Through the open doorway, he could see the village beginning to stir. Smoke rose from chimneys as families prepared their morning meals. A few early risers moved along the paths between houses, their footsteps muffled by the morning mist that clung to the ground like a living thing. Bjornhaven was not a large settlement, perhaps 60 families in all, clustered around the natural harbor that gave the village its name. Most of the men made their living from the sea, either as fishermen working the rich waters of the fjord, or as traders carrying goods to the larger settlements along the coast. The women tended gardens and livestock, wove cloth, and raised children who would grow up to continue the ancient patterns of life that had sustained their people for generations. Eric had been born into this world, had never known any other way of life. Yet lately, he found himself wondering about the world beyond Bjornhaven's borders. The mysterious drawing in his father's chest seemed to whisper of possibilities he'd never considered, of knowledge that existed beyond the familiar boundaries of his experience. As he finished his breakfast, Eric's thoughts turned to the day ahead. The longship for Jarl Magnus was nearly complete, needing only the final fitting of its iron fittings and the application of the protective coating that would preserve its timbers against the ravages of salt water. It was good work, the kind of project that would enhance his reputation throughout the region. Yet, he found himself oddly reluctant to complete it, as if finishing the vessel would somehow close a door he wasn't ready to see shut. The morning light had grown strong enough now to illuminate the workshop clearly. Eric moved to his primary workbench, selecting the tools he would need for the day's tasks. The familiar weight of a well-balanced adze in his hands brought a measure of peace to his restless thoughts. This, at least, was certain: the feel of sharp steel biting into seasoned wood, the satisfaction of seeing a rough timber transformed into a thing of beauty and function. These were constants in a world that sometimes seemed to shift, like morning mist. He began his work on the longship's steering oar, a massive piece of oak that would serve as both rudder and symbol of the vessel's master's authority. The wood had been seasoning for 3 years, carefully selected from a tree that had grown straight and tall on the slopes above the village. Eric could feel the timber's readiness beneath his hands, the way it yielded to his tools with just the right amount of resistance. As he worked, his mind wandered to memories of his father. Thorson the Elder had been a man of few words but deep wisdom, teaching as much through example as through instruction. Eric could still remember the first time his father had allowed him to use a real adze, the weight of responsibility that had settled on his 10-year-old shoulders as he made his first tentative cuts into a piece of pine. "The wood will tell you what it wants to become," Thorson had said, his large hands guiding Eric's smaller ones. "Your job is to listen and to help it find its true shape." It had taken Eric years to understand what his father meant, to develop the sensitivity that allowed him to feel the grain of the wood, to sense where it wanted to split and where it would hold firm. Now, as he shaped the steering oar with smooth, confident strokes, Eric felt that same connection his father had spoken of. The oak seemed to cooperate with his efforts, revealing its inner beauty as layer after layer of excess wood fell away. This was meditation, prayer, and craft, all combined into one seamless activity. The sun had climbed well above the horizon by the time Eric paused in his work. The workshop had warmed considerably, and a light sheen of perspiration covered his arms and face. He set down his tools and stepped outside, breathing deeply of the salt-tinged air. The village was fully awake now. Children ran between the houses, their laughter mixing with the calls of seabirds and the distant sound of waves. Women worked in their gardens, tending the hardy vegetables that would help sustain their families through the long winter months. Men prepared fishing boats and nets, checking gear, and discussing the day's prospects with the easy familiarity of those who had shared the same conversations for years. Eric waved to several neighbors as they passed, exchanging the brief greetings that marked the rhythm of village life. Yet, even as he participated in these familiar rituals, part of his mind remained focused on the mysterious drawing hidden in his father's chest. What kind of vessel was it meant to represent? Who had created the design, and why had his father kept it hidden among his other plans? The questions followed him back into the workshop, where he returned to his work on the steering oar. But concentration came harder now, his thoughts scattered like leaves in an autumn wind. Twice he had to stop and correct cuts that weren't quite right, his usual precision compromised by his distracted state. It was then that he heard the sound of approaching footsteps, accompanied by voices he didn't immediately recognize. Eric set down his tools and moved to the workshop's doorway, curious about these unexpected visitors to his usually quiet domain. Two men approached along the path that led from the village center. One was clearly a local. Eric recognized him as Olaf the merchant, a trader who made regular trips along the coast, carrying news and goods between the scattered settlements. But his companion was a stranger, a tall man with graying hair and the weathered complexion of one who had spent years exposed to wind and sun. The stranger moved with the confident gait of someone accustomed to command, his clothing marking him as a person of some wealth and status. His cloak was fastened with a silver brooch worked in intricate patterns, and the sword at his side bore the distinctive characteristics of superior craftsmanship. Most intriguingly, his eyes held a quality Eric had seen before in the faces of master craftsmen, a depth that spoke of knowledge hard-won through years of experience. "Eric Thornson," Olaf called out as they drew near. "I bring you a visitor who has traveled far to speak with you." The stranger stepped forward, extending his hand in the gesture of peaceful greeting. "I am Ragnar Ironbeard," he said, his voice carrying the authority of one accustomed to being heard. "And I come seeking the finest shipwright on this coast, and all roads have led me to your door." Eric clasped the offered hand, noting the calluses that marked Ragnar as a man who worked with his hands despite his obvious prosperity. "You honor me with your words," Eric replied, "though I suspect the roads you traveled were not so numerous as you suggest. What brings you to Bjornhaven?" Ragnar's eyes crinkled with what might have been amusement. "Direct speech. I appreciate that in a craftsman. I come with a commission, if you're willing to consider it. I have need of a vessel built to very specific requirements, and I'm told you're the man who can make it reality." "I'm always willing to discuss honest work," Eric said, gesturing toward the workshop. "Come, let me show you what I do, and you can tell me what you need." The three men entered the workshop, Ragnar's eyes immediately taking in the details of the space with the practiced gaze of one who understood craftsmanship. He moved slowly among the boats in various stages of completion, running his hands along the smooth curves of the hulls, testing the tightness of joints with gentle pressure. "Fine work," he murmured, more to himself than to his companions. "Your father taught you well." Eric felt a small chill at these words. "You knew my father?" Ragnar paused in his examination of the longship, turning to face Eric with an expression that seemed to hold layers of meaning. Thorson the Elder was known throughout the northern lands as a master of his craft. His reputation extended far beyond this small village. "Yet you never came here while he lived," Eric observed, watching Ragnar's face carefully. "No," Ragnar admitted. "I did not. Sometimes the student must be ready before the teacher can appear." He reached into a leather pouch at his side, withdrawing a rolled piece of vellum. "This is what I need you to build." Eric accepted the drawing, unrolling it with careful hands. What he saw made his breath catch in his throat. The vessel depicted on the vellum was identical in every detail to the mysterious drawing hidden in his father's chest. The same unusual proportions, the same strange symbols, the same sense of otherworldly purpose. "Where did you get this?" Eric asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ragnar studied Eric's face with intense interest. "The same place your father got his copy, I would imagine. Tell me, young shipwright, what do you see when you look at that drawing?" Eric found himself reluctant to answer, sensing that his response would somehow commit him to a path he didn't yet understand. The workshop around him seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his words. "I see a boat unlike any I've ever built," he said finally. "The proportions are wrong for any practical purpose I can imagine. The symbols." He paused, studying the intricate patterns more closely. "The symbols are not runic, not any script I recognize." "And yet," Ragnar said softly, "something about it calls to you, doesn't it? Something that speaks to a knowledge you didn't know you possessed." Eric looked up sharply, meeting Ragnar's knowing gaze. "How could you know that?" "Because I see the same recognition in your eyes that I saw in your father's, many years ago. The blood remembers, Eric Thornson, even when the mind has forgotten." The cryptic words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Olaf the merchant shifted uncomfortably, clearly out of his depth in this conversation that had moved far beyond simple business negotiations. "What kind of vessel is this?" Eric asked, holding up the drawing. "It's a ship for carrying souls," Ragnar replied, his voice taking on a tone of reverence. "Not the souls of the dead, but the souls of knowledge, of traditions that must not be allowed to die. Your father understood this. He was meant to build such a vessel, but his time ran out before the need arose." Eric felt the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. "And now you believe the need has arisen?" "The world is changing, Eric. The old ways are being swept aside by new ideas, new gods, new ways of thinking. Soon, much that was precious will be lost forever unless someone takes action to preserve it." Ragnar moved closer, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "There are those of us who remember the older truths, who understand that wisdom can be lost as easily as it can be gained. We have need of a vessel that can carry more than cargo, one that can carry hope itself to safe harbor." Eric found himself staring at the drawing again, seeing details he had missed before. The strange symbols along the gunnels seemed to shift and dance in the workshop's flickering light, as if they possessed a life of their own. The vessel's unusual proportions began to make a different kind of sense, as if they were designed to accommodate cargo that couldn't be measured in conventional terms. "This would not be an easy build," Eric said, his craftsman's mind already beginning to work through the technical challenges the design would present. "The most important things rarely are," Ragnar replied. "But I believe you have the skill, and more importantly, the understanding necessary to complete it." Eric looked around his workshop, at the familiar tools and half-finished projects that represented the comfortable boundaries of his known world. Then his gaze returned to the mysterious drawing, with its promise of knowledge and purpose beyond anything he had previously imagined. "I would need time to study the design," he said slowly, "to understand what materials would be required, what techniques would be necessary." "Of course," Ragnar agreed. "This is not a decision to be made lightly. Take the drawing, study it well. When you're ready to begin, send word to me through Olaf here. I'll provide whatever resources you need." He turned to leave, then paused at the workshop's threshold. "One more thing, Eric. When you study that drawing, pay particular attention to the wood grain patterns shown in the hull planking. Your father left you more than tools and techniques. He left you knowledge that will prove essential when the time comes." With that cryptic statement, Ragnar Ironbeard departed, leaving Eric alone with Olaf and 1,000 unanswered questions. The merchant lingered only long enough to provide basic information about how to contact Ragnar when needed. Then he too took his leave, clearly eager to distance himself from whatever mysterious business he had inadvertently become involved in. Eric stood in his workshop doorway, watching the two men disappear down the path toward the village center. The drawing in his hands seemed to pulse with hidden energy, as if it were alive and aware of his attention. Around him, the familiar sounds of the village continued. Children playing, women calling to one another across garden fences, men preparing for another day's work on the water. Yet something fundamental had changed. The comfortable certainties of his life had been shaken, replaced by questions that demanded answers and possibilities that both thrilled and terrified him. He thought of his father's words, spoken years ago. "Some knowledge comes to a man when he's ready for it, and not before." Perhaps, Eric thought as he returned to his workbench, his time of readiness had finally arrived. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of routine tasks, but Eric's mind remained focused on the drawing now hidden beneath a piece of canvas on his workbench. Every few minutes, he found himself lifting the canvas to study the mysterious vessel again, searching for clues to its purpose and meaning. As the sun reached its zenith and the workshop grew warm with the heat of the day, Eric finally set aside his tools and allowed himself to truly examine Ragnar's commission. He spread the drawing on his largest workbench, weighing down the corners with small pieces of iron to keep it flat. In the full light of midday, the vessel's unusual characteristics became even more apparent. The hull was indeed deeper than any practical design would require, but Eric began to see that the extra depth might serve a purpose beyond simple cargo capacity. The strange curvature of the stem and stern posts, which had initially seemed purely decorative, now appeared to follow principles of hydrodynamics that were far in advance of conventional shipbuilding techniques. Most intriguing of all were the symbols that decorated the vessel's gunwales. Under close examination, they revealed themselves to be more than mere decoration. They appeared to be a form of writing, though unlike any script Eric had encountered. Some of the symbols resembled natural forms, waves, trees, birds in flight, while others were purely geometric, composed of interlocking circles and spirals that seemed to draw the eye ever inward. Eric found himself tracing the symbols with his finger, following their intricate patterns across the surface of the vellum. As he did so, a strange sensation began to build in his mind. Not quite memory, but something deeper, older, like an echo of knowledge that had been passed down through generations of his bloodline. The afternoon sun slanted through the workshop's windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Eric realized he had been studying the drawing for hours, so absorbed in its mysteries that he had forgotten the passage of time. His stomach reminded him that he had eaten nothing since his simple breakfast, but even hunger seemed less important than the puzzle that lay before him. It was then that he remembered Ragnar's parting words about the wood grain patterns shown in the hull planking. Eric looked more closely at this aspect of the drawing, noting details he had previously overlooked. The artist, his father, had taken great care to show not just the shape of each plank, but the direction and character of the grain within the wood itself. This was unusual. Most shipbuilding plans focused on overall dimensions and joinery details, leaving the selection of individual timbers to the craftsman's judgment. But this drawing specified grain patterns with the precision of a master woodworker, as if the very character of the wood was as important as its structural properties. Eric rose from his workbench and moved to his father's chest, retrieving the matching drawing he had discovered weeks before. Placing the two vellum sheets side by side, he confirmed what he had suspected. They were identical in every detail, down to the smallest symbol and grain pattern. But now, studying his father's copy with new understanding, Eric noticed something he had missed before. Along the bottom edge of the vellum, in letters so faint they were barely visible, someone had written a single word in the old tongue. Remembering. The word sent a chill through Eric's body, though he couldn't say why. It seemed to carry weight beyond its simple meaning, as if it were not just a word but a command, an imperative that reached across the years from his father's hand to his own heart. Evening was approaching by the time Eric finally rolled up the drawings and secured them in his father's chest. His mind buzzed with questions and possibilities, but beneath the excitement lay a deeper current of unease. He sensed that accepting Ragnar's commission would set him on a path from which there might be no return, a journey that would take him far from the comfortable certainties of his current life. As he prepared his evening meal, a simple stew of fish and vegetables, Eric found his thoughts turning to his wife Astrid and their two young children. What would they think of this mysterious commission? How could he explain the strange pull he felt toward a project he didn't fully understand? Astrid was a practical woman, the daughter of farmers who had learned to make the most of what life offered without reaching for dreams that might prove illusory. She loved Eric deeply, but she also worried about his tendency to lose himself in his work, to become so absorbed in the pursuit of perfection that he forgot the world around him. The children, Bjorn, age 8, and little Sigrid, barely 5, were still young enough to accept their father's work as simply part of the natural order of things. They delighted in visiting the workshop, watching Eric transform rough timber into graceful vessels, asking endless questions about tools and techniques with the boundless curiosity of youth. How would this new project affect them all? Eric couldn't shake the feeling that building Ragnar's mysterious vessel would require more than just his skill as a craftsman. It would demand a commitment of spirit that might change him in ways he couldn't predict. As darkness settled over Bjornhaven, Eric banked the coals in his brazier and prepared his sleeping area for the night. But sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams filled with strange vessels sailing through mist-shrouded waters, carrying cargo that glowed with its own inner light toward destinations that existed beyond the edges of the known world. In his dreams, Eric heard his father's voice calling to him across vast distances, speaking words in a language he almost but not quite understood. And always, threading through the fabric of his sleeping visions, came the whispered word that had been written on his father's drawing. Remembering. When morning came, Eric woke with the absolute certainty that his life had reached a turning point. The comfortable routines of his past were no longer sufficient. Something larger was calling to him, demanding that he step forward into uncertainty and embrace a destiny he was only beginning to comprehend. The mysterious vessel in Ragnar's drawing was more than just a boat to be built. It was a key that would unlock doors Eric hadn't even known existed. And despite his fears and uncertainties, he knew with the deep certainty that comes from the heart rather than the mind that he would accept the commission. The old ways were calling to him, just as they had called to his father before him. And Eric Thornson, last shipwright of Bjornhaven, was finally ready to answer. As the first light of dawn crept through his workshop windows, Eric rose and moved to his father's chest one final time. He withdrew both drawings, Ragnar's commission and his father's hidden copy, and spread them on his workbench side by side. "I understand now, Father," he whispered to the empty air. "The blood remembers, even when the mind has forgotten." And in the growing light of morning, surrounded by the tools and traditions of his craft, Eric began to plan the construction of a vessel that would carry more than cargo across the waters of the world. He would build a ship for souls, a keeper of memories, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the possibilities of the future. The last shipwright of Bjornhaven had found his true calling at last. The morning mist clung to the harbor like a gentle embrace, and somewhere in the distance, the eternal rhythm of waves against stone continued its ancient song. Eric's journey was just beginning, but already the threads of destiny were weaving themselves into patterns that would echo through generations yet to come. The Stranger's Commission. The days that followed Ragnar Ironbeard's visit passed like stones thrown into still water, each one creating ripples that spread far beyond their initial impact. Eric found himself caught between two worlds, the familiar rhythm of his daily work and the mysterious pull of the ancient vessel that haunted his thoughts like a half-remembered song. He had not yet sent word to Ragnar of his decision, though in his heart he knew the choice had already been made. Instead, he threw himself into completing his current projects with an intensity that surprised even him. The longship for Jarl Magnus received the finest details of his craftsmanship, each iron fitting polished to perfection, every joint sealed with meticulous care. It was as if he were preparing to close one chapter of his life before opening another. Astrid noticed the change in him immediately. She was a woman of keen observation, her farmer's instincts attuned to the subtle shifts in weather and season that others might miss. Over their 15 years of marriage, she had learned to read Eric's moods as easily as she read the sky for signs of coming storms. "You've been different since that stranger came," she said one evening, as they sat by their hearth, the children asleep in the loft above. Her voice carried no accusation, only the gentle concern of a wife who knew her husband's heart. "There's a restlessness in you I haven't seen before." Eric looked up from the piece of wood he'd been absently carving, a small toy boat for young Bjorn. His hands had shaped it without conscious thought, following patterns that seemed to emerge from some deeper part of his mind. "He brought me a commission," Eric said simply. "A boat unlike any I've built before." "And this troubles you?" Astrid's fingers never paused in their work on the wool she was spinning, the steady rhythm of the wheel providing a counterpoint to their conversation. "It calls to me," Eric admitted, struggling to find words for feelings he barely understood himself. "When I look at the plans, I see something that speaks to a part of me I didn't know existed. It's as if the boat wants to be built, as if it's been waiting for me to discover it." Astrid's wheel slowed, then stopped. She studied her husband's face in the firelight, seeing there the same expression he wore when working on a particularly challenging piece of joinery. Intense concentration mixed with something approaching reverence. "Show me," she said simply. Eric hesitated. He had not shared the mysterious drawings with anyone, sensing somehow that the knowledge they contained was not meant for casual viewing. But Astrid was not just anyone. She was his partner in all things, the keeper of his heart and the mother of his children. If he was to embark on this strange journey, She deserved to understand what it might mean for their family. He rose and retrieved the drawings from their hiding place, spreading them carefully on the rough wooden table that dominated their main room. Astrid moved closer, her practical eyes taking in the vessel's unusual proportions and mysterious symbols with the same careful attention she gave to everything that touched their lives. "It's beautiful," she said after a long moment, her voice soft with wonder. "Strange, but beautiful. Like something from the old stories my grandmother used to tell." "What stories?" Eric asked, leaning forward with sudden interest. Astrid's brow furrowed as she searched her memory. Tales of the time before the gods we know now, when different powers walked the earth. She spoke of boats that could sail between worlds, carrying messages between the realm of men and other places. She paused, her finger tracing one of the mysterious symbols. "I thought they were just stories, meant to entertain children on long winter nights." Eric felt a chill run down his spine. What else did she say about these boats? That they were built by those who remembered the old ways, when the boundaries between worlds were thinner than they are now. The boats themselves were said to be alive, in a sense. Not just wood and iron, but vessels with their own purpose and will. The fire crackled in the hearth, sending shadows dancing across the walls. Outside, the wind had picked up, carrying with it the salt scent of the sea and something else, a wildness that spoke of distant places and ancient mysteries. "Do you think I should build it?" Eric asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Astrid was quiet for a long time, her eyes moving between the drawing and her husband's face. When she finally spoke, her words carried the weight of deep consideration. "I think," she said slowly, "that some choices are not really choices at all. They are simply recognitions of what was always meant to be." She reached across the table and took his hand. "You are not the same man who woke up yesterday morning, Eric. Something has awakened in you, something that was sleeping until the right moment came to call it forth." Eric squeezed her hand, grateful beyond words for her understanding. "It may mean changes for us all. I don't know where this path leads." "Then we'll discover it together," Astrid replied firmly, "as we always have." The next morning dawned clear and bright, with a crispness in the air that spoke of the approaching change of seasons. Eric rose early, as was his custom, but instead of heading directly to his workshop, he made his way to the village center where Olaf the merchant kept his small trading post. He found Olaf organizing goods for his next trading voyage, sorting through bolts of cloth and bundles of furs with the practiced efficiency of one who had spent decades in commerce. The merchant looked up as Eric approached, and something in the shipwright's expression must have told him why he had come. "You've made your decision," Olaf said, setting aside the piece of amber he'd been examining. "I have. Can you get word to Ragnar Ironbeard that I'm ready to discuss terms?" Olaf nodded slowly. "I can, but Eric—" He paused, seeming to struggle with something he wanted to say. "I've known you since you were a boy learning your father's trade. You're a good man, steady and reliable. This business with the stranger, it feels different from anything I've encountered in 30 years of trading." "Different how?" "Dangerous, perhaps. Or maybe just significant, in ways I can't put my finger on." Olaf shook his head. "But then again, the most important things in life often feel dangerous when we first encounter them." Eric left the trading post with Olaf's promise to send word to Ragnar by the fastest means available. The merchant had connections throughout the region, a network of traders and travelers who could carry messages faster than any single person traveling alone. Within a few days, Ragnar would know of Eric's decision. The waiting that followed was perhaps the most difficult part. Eric threw himself into his work with renewed energy, completing the longship for Jarl Magnus and beginning work on a new fishing boat for one of the village families. But beneath the familiar routines, anticipation hummed like a taut bowstring. He found himself studying the mysterious drawings at every opportunity, memorizing every line and symbol until he could reproduce them from memory. The vessel's design began to make more sense as he considered it from different angles. The deep hull would provide stability in rough seas, while the unusual stem and stern posts would cut through water with minimal resistance. Even the strange symbols began to feel familiar, as if he were remembering a language he had once known but forgotten. It was during this period of waiting that Eric began to notice other changes in himself. His dreams became more vivid, filled with images of ancient forests and mist-covered waters. Sometimes he woke with the taste of salt on his lips and the sound of unfamiliar voices echoing in his memory. Once he dreamed of his father, not as the old man Eric remembered, but as a young craftsman working on a boat identical to the one in Ragnar's drawing. "The wood remembers," Dream Thorson had said, his hands moving with practiced skill across the vessel's hull. "Even when we forget, the wood remembers." Eric woke from that dream with tears on his cheeks, and a certainty in his heart that his father had once faced the same choice that now confronted him. 5 days after sending word to Ragnar, Eric was working in his shop when he heard the sound of approaching horses. He looked up to see a small party of riders making their way down the path from the main road. Ragnar Ironbeard, accompanied by 2 other men Eric didn't recognize. The strangers were clearly not locals. Their clothing was finer than anything worn in Bjornhaven. Their horses better bred than the sturdy ponies used by the village farmers. One was a tall, lean man with the bearing of a warrior, his hand never straying far from the sword at his side. The other was older, with the pale complexion and ink-stained fingers of a scholar or scribe. Ragnar dismounted with the fluid grace of one accustomed to long hours in the saddle. His companions remained mounted, their eyes constantly scanning the village as if cataloging potential threats or escape routes. "Eric Thornson," Ragnar called out, his voice carrying the same note of authority Eric remembered from their first meeting. "I received your message. Are you ready to discuss the details of our arrangement?" "I am," Eric replied, setting down his tools and moving to greet his visitors. "Though I confess I have more questions than answers about what you're asking me to build." Ragnar's weathered face creased in what might have been a smile. "Questions are the beginning of wisdom. Come, let us speak privately. What I have to tell you is not for every ear." Eric led the 3 men into his workshop, noting how they moved with the unconscious coordination of those who had traveled together for a long time. The warrior, Ragnar introduced him as Bjorn Ironside, positioned himself near the doorway where he could watch both the interior of the shop and the approaches from outside. The scholar, called Magnus the Learned, immediately began examining the boats in various stages of completion with the intense interest of one who understood craftsmanship. "First," Ragnar said, producing a leather pouch heavy with silver coins, "let us settle the matter of payment. This should be sufficient to cover your materials and labor, with enough left over to provide for your family during the time you'll be working on our project." Eric hefted the pouch, surprised by its weight. There was enough silver here to support his family for 2 years, maybe 3 if they were careful. It was far more than any boat commission had ever paid, regardless of size or complexity. "This is generous beyond any reasonable expectation," Eric said. "What exactly are you asking me to build that justifies such payment?" Ragnar exchanged glances with his companions before answering. "We're asking you to build more than a boat, Eric. We're asking you to help preserve something precious that might otherwise be lost forever." Magnus the Learned stepped forward, his pale eyes bright with intensity. "Tell me, young craftsman, what do you know of the history of these lands before the current age?" Eric considered the question carefully. "I know the stories that are told around winter fires, tales of the gods and heroes, of the first kings and the great migrations, but I suspect you're asking about something older than the common stories." "Much older," Magnus confirmed. "There was a time, not so many generations past, when different peoples lived in these lands. They had their own gods, their own ways of understanding the world. They built differently, thought differently, saw connections between things that we have learned to see as separate." "What happened to them?" Eric asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Some were absorbed into the newer ways of thinking," Ragnar replied. "Others retreated to remote places where they could maintain their traditions in secret. But much was simply lost. Knowledge that took centuries to accumulate, scattered to the winds in a single generation." Bjorn Ironside spoke for the first time, his voice carrying the rough accents of the far north. "There are those of us who believe that some knowledge is too valuable to lose. We've made it our purpose to gather what remains of the old ways, to preserve it for future generations who might have more wisdom than our own." Eric felt pieces of a larger puzzle beginning to fall into place. "And the boat I'm to build is part of this preservation?" "The boat is a vessel for carrying knowledge," Magnus explained. "But not knowledge written on vellum or carved in stone. This is knowledge that lives in the hands and hearts of those who possess it. The kind of understanding that can only be passed from teacher to student through direct experience." Ragnar moved closer to Eric, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "There are places in the far north where the old ways still survive. Communities that have maintained the ancient traditions despite the changes sweeping through the rest of the world. But these places are isolated, cut off from each other by distance and the hostility of those who see their ways as threats to the new order. We need a way to connect these communities," Bjorn added, "a means of carrying people and knowledge safely between them. But such a vessel must be more than simply seaworthy. It must be built according to the old principles, using techniques that honor the traditions we are trying to preserve." Eric looked again at the drawing spread on his workbench, seeing it now with new understanding. The unusual proportions, the mysterious symbols, the careful attention to wood grain patterns. All of it made sense in the context of what these men were asking him to do. "You want me to build a boat using techniques I don't know, following principles I don't understand," he said slowly. "Not entirely true," Magnus corrected gently. "The knowledge exists within you, passed down through your bloodline even if you're not consciously aware of it. Your father knew this. It's why he preserved that drawing, why he prepared you for this moment even though he might not have known exactly when it would come." Eric felt a chill of recognition. "You knew my father well, didn't you?" Ragnar nodded slowly. "Thorson the Elder was one of us, Eric. A keeper of the old ways, a guardian of knowledge that must not be allowed to die. He was meant to build this vessel himself, but his time ran out before the need became urgent." "And now the need has become urgent?" More urgent than you might imagine, Bjorn said grimly. The new kings grow stronger each year, their influence spreading into regions that have remained independent for generations. Soon, there may be no safe havens left for those who follow the ancient paths. Magnus pulled out a roll of vellum covered with detailed maps. Here, he said, pointing to various locations marked with small symbols. And here, and here. These are communities where the old knowledge still lives. But they're like islands in a rising sea, isolated and vulnerable. Without some means of connection, they'll be overwhelmed one by one. Eric studied the map, noting how widely scattered the marked locations were. Some were on remote islands, others in mountain valleys that would be nearly inaccessible except by sea. A conventional vessel might reach some of these places, but the journey would be dangerous and the cargo capacity limited. "This boat you want me to build," Eric said. "It's designed specifically for this kind of work, isn't it? Reaching places that ordinary ships can't go, carrying passengers and cargo safely through dangerous waters." "Among other things," Ragnar agreed. "But there are aspects of the design that serve purposes beyond simple navigation. The symbols you see carved along the gunwales, for instance. They're not merely decorative." "What are they?" Magnus smiled, the expression transforming his scholarly features. "They're a form of writing, but also more than writing. Each symbol contains layers of meaning, ways of encoding knowledge that can be read by those who understand the principles behind them. The boat itself becomes a repository of information, carrying wisdom in its very structure." Eric felt his pulse quicken. This was craftsmanship raised to a level he had never imagined. Not just building a functional vessel, but creating something that embodied knowledge in its very form. "How long would such a project take?" he asked. "That depends on how quickly you can master the techniques involved," Ragnar replied. "The basic construction methods are similar to what you already know, but there are subtleties that will require time and practice to perfect." "And you'll teach me these techniques?" "We'll provide guidance," Magnus said, "but much of the learning must come from within yourself. The old ways were never taught through words alone. They required a synthesis of mind, heart, and hand that each craftsman had to discover for himself." Eric looked around his workshop, at the familiar tools and half-finished projects that represented the comfortable boundaries of his known world. Then his gaze returned to the mysterious drawing, with its promise of knowledge and purpose beyond anything he had previously imagined. "When would we begin?" he asked. Ragnar's weathered face broke into a genuine smile. "We begin now, if you're willing. The first step is to select the proper materials. Wood that has been prepared according to the old methods, iron that has been forged using traditional techniques. This alone will take several weeks. And my current projects? Complete them as quickly as you can without compromising quality," Bjorn advised. "Once we begin work on the special vessel, it will require your complete attention." Eric nodded slowly, feeling the weight of commitment settling on his shoulders. "There's one more thing I need to know. This boat, when it's completed, what happens to it? Where does it go?" The three men exchanged glances, and Eric sensed that he had asked the most important question of all. "That," Ragnar said quietly, "will depend on what we discover during its construction. The old ways have their own wisdom, their own sense of timing and purpose. Sometimes the boat chooses its own destination." As the afternoon wore on, the four men discussed the practical details of the project. Materials would need to be sourced from specific locations. Oak from groves that had never been touched by iron tools. pine from trees that had grown in certain soil conditions, iron that had been smelted using charcoal made from particular types of wood. Magnus produced a list written in the same mysterious script that decorated the boat's design. These are the specifications for each type of material, he explained. Some will be easy to obtain locally, others will require travel to distant sources. I can help with the procurement, Ragnar offered. My connections throughout the region should make it possible to gather what we need without attracting unwanted attention. Eric studied the list, noting symbols that seemed to correspond to different types of wood and metal. Slowly, he began to recognize patterns in the writing, not individual letters or words, but concepts and relationships that conveyed meaning through their arrangement and interaction. I can read some of this, he said with surprise. Of course you can, Magnus replied. The knowledge is in your blood, waiting to be awakened. As we work together, you'll find that more and more of the old ways become clear to you. As evening approached, Ragnar and his companions prepared to depart. They would return within a week with the first shipment of materials, and work would begin in earnest. Eric watched them ride away, their figures disappearing into the gathering dusk like messengers from another world. That night, as he sat by the fire with Astrid and the children, Eric tried to explain what he had committed himself to. The words came slowly, carefully chosen to convey the importance of the project without frightening his family with its more mysterious aspects. It's a special commission, he said, watching young Bjorn whittle a piece of pine with the small knife Eric had made for him. A boat that will be used to help people in distant places, to carry important things to where they're needed. What kind of important things? Little Sigrid asked, looking up from the doll she was dressing in scraps of cloth. Eric considered how to answer. Knowledge, he said finally. Stories and skills that might be lost if someone doesn't take care to preserve them. Astrid met his eyes across the firelight, understanding passing between them without words. She had heard the deeper currents in his explanation, had recognized the significance of what he was undertaking, even if she didn't fully understand its implications. How long will it take? She asked. Several months, perhaps longer. It's not like any boat I've built before. There are new techniques to learn, new ways of working that will take time to master. Bjorn looked up from his whittling. Can I help, Papa? I'm getting good with the knife. Eric smiled, ruffling his son's hair. Perhaps you can. There will be small tasks that need doing, and it's never too early to begin learning the craft. As the family prepared for bed, Eric felt a deep sense of contentment mixed with anticipation. He was embarking on the greatest challenge of his professional life, but he would not be making the journey alone. His family would be part of it, his community would support it, and somewhere in the background, the wisdom of generations past would guide his hands. The mysterious vessel in Ragnar's drawing was more than just a boat to be built. It was a bridge between past and future, a keeper of knowledge that might otherwise be lost forever, and Eric Thornson, last shipwright of Bjornhaven, had been chosen to bring it into being. Outside, the wind carried the salt scent of the sea and the promise of adventures yet to come. In the distance, waves continued their eternal rhythm against the shore, keeping time with the heartbeat of the world itself. The great work was about to begin. The fire burned low in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls as the family settled into sleep. But Eric lay awake long into the night, his mind filled with visions of the vessel he would build and the ancient knowledge it would carry across the waters of the world. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new discoveries, and the first steps on a journey that would transform not just his craft, but his understanding of his place in the great tapestry of tradition and change. Secrets in the Wood. The morning mist hung low over Bjornhaven like a soft gray blanket, muffling the usual sounds of the waking village. Eric stood at the edge of the ancient forest that stretched inland from the coastal settlement, breathing deeply of air that carried the rich sense of moss, fallen leaves, and something else. Something wild and untamed that spoke of mysteries hidden beneath the canopy of towering pines and ancient oaks. It had been 3 days since Ragnar's return with the first wagon load of materials, and Eric was beginning to understand that this project would challenge everything he thought he knew about his craft. The wood that Ragnar had brought was unlike anything Eric had worked with before. Each piece seemed to pulse with its own inner life, as if the trees had been selected not just for their physical properties, but for some deeper quality that existed beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. "The forest will teach you what you need to know," Ragnar had said as they unloaded the precious cargo. "But first, you must learn to listen with more than your ears." Now, standing at the forest's edge with Magnus the Learned as his guide, Eric was beginning to grasp what those cryptic words might mean. The scholar had arrived at dawn, carrying a leather satchel filled with tools Eric had never seen before. Instruments for measuring not just the physical dimensions of wood, but qualities that had no names in the common tongue. "Your father came here often," Magnus said, his voice soft in the morning stillness. "Especially in the months before his death, when he sensed that his time was growing short. He was searching for something, a connection to knowledge that had been passed down through generations of your family." Eric felt a familiar pang at the mention of his father. Thorson the Elder had died 2 winters past, taken by a fever that had swept through the village like a cold wind. In his final days, he had spoken often of things that seemed to make little sense. Fragments of old stories, references to people and places Eric didn't recognize. Whispered words in a language that sounded almost familiar, but remained just beyond understanding. What was he searching for? Eric asked, following Magnus along a narrow path that wound deeper into the forest. "The same thing you're searching for now," Magnus replied. "The knowledge of how to work with wood not just as a material, but as a living repository of memory and wisdom." The old craftsman understood that trees are more than collections of cellulose and lignin. They're keepers of time, witnesses to centuries of change, holders of secrets that can be unlocked by those who know how to look. The path they followed was ancient, worn smooth by countless feet over generations of use. Eric had walked these woods since childhood, but always as a hunter of game or gatherer of materials for his ordinary work. Now, seeing the forest through Magnus's eyes, he began to notice details that had previously escaped his attention. Certain trees bore marks that were clearly not natural, symbols carved into bark with such skill that they seemed to be part of the tree's natural growth. Stones were arranged in patterns that appeared random at first glance but revealed underlying geometries when viewed from the proper angle. Even the path itself seemed to follow principles that had nothing to do with simple convenience, winding through the forest in curves that felt somehow significant, as if the route itself was a form of communication. "How old are these markings?" Eric asked, pausing to examine a particularly intricate symbol carved into the trunk of a massive oak. "Older than the village," Magnus replied. "Older than the current inhabitants of this region. Your ancestors left these signs for those who would come after them, markers to guide the worthy to places of power and knowledge." They walked in comfortable silence for a time, the forest around them alive with the subtle sounds of morning, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, the distant call of birds, the whisper of wind through leaves that were just beginning to show the first hints of autumn color. Eric found himself falling into a rhythm that seemed to match the forest's own pace, his breathing slowing, his awareness expanding to take in details he had never noticed before. It was then that he began to hear it. A sound so faint it might have been imagination, but so persistent that he couldn't dismiss it. It was like singing, but not quite. Like the whisper of wind, but more purposeful. It seemed to come from the trees themselves, a chorus of voices speaking in harmonies too complex for human ears to fully comprehend. "You hear them," Magnus said, noting the change in Eric's expression. "Hear what?" Eric asked, though he already suspected the answer. "The voices of the wood. Every tree that has lived long enough develops its own song, its own way of speaking to those who know how to listen. The old craftsmen learned to hear these voices, to understand what each tree had to offer beyond its mere physical properties." Eric stopped walking, closing his eyes and focusing on the strange music that seemed to surround them. Gradually, he began to distinguish individual voices within the chorus, the deep, resonant tones of the ancient oaks, the lighter, more playful notes of the birches, the steady, patient harmonies of the pines. Each species had its own character, its own way of contributing to the forest's greater symphony. "This is how you select wood for the special projects," Eric said, understanding flooding through him, not just by looking at grain and checking for flaws, but by listening to what each tree has to say. "Now you begin to understand," Magnus replied with satisfaction. "The boat we're building requires more than skilled craftsmanship. It needs wood that has been chosen for its spiritual as well as physical qualities. Each plank must contribute not just to the vessel's structure, but to its deeper purpose." They continued deeper into the forest, following paths that seemed to reveal themselves only as they were needed. Eric began to notice that certain areas felt different from others, some filled with an energy that made his skin tingle, others so peaceful that they seemed to exist outside the normal flow of time. Magnus guided him to each of these special places, explaining the subtle signs that marked them as significant. "Here," Magnus said, stopping beside a grove of pines that stood in a perfect circle around a small clearing, "is where your father came to meditate on the mysteries of his craft. The trees here are old beyond counting, and they've absorbed wisdom from generations of seekers who've sat beneath their branches." Eric entered the circle, immediately feeling a change in the quality of the air around him. The forest sounds seemed muted here, replaced by a silence so profound it felt almost alive. He could sense the presence of the ancient pines, their awareness touching his mind like gentle fingers exploring the edges of his consciousness. Without quite knowing why, Eric found himself sitting cross-legged in the center of the clearing, his hands resting on his knees in a posture that felt both natural and ceremonial. The trees seemed to lean inward slightly, their branches forming a living cathedral around him. "Close your eyes," Magnus instructed softly. "Let the forest speak to you directly." Eric obeyed, and immediately the world transformed. With his physical sight blocked, his other senses expanded dramatically. He could feel the slow, patient breathing of the trees, the circulation of sap through their trunks like blood through veins. He could sense the network of roots beneath the earth, connecting each tree to its neighbors in a web of communication that spanned the entire forest. And through it all, he began to hear something else. voices speaking in the old tongue, words that bypassed his conscious mind and spoke directly to some deeper part of his being. They were his ancestors, he realized, the craftsmen and wisdom keepers who had walked these paths before him. Their knowledge lived on in the trees, preserved in the very wood he would use to build the mysterious vessel. "I can hear them," Eric whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "They're teaching me, showing me things I never knew I needed to learn." "What do they show you?" Magnus asked gently. Eric struggled to put the experience into words. Techniques for working with wood that go beyond simple cutting and shaping. Ways of reading the grain that reveal not just structural properties, but intentions, purposes that the wood itself wants to fulfill, and the symbols. I'm beginning to understand what they mean, how they encode knowledge that can be passed from one generation to the next. Time seemed to flow differently in the sacred grove. Eric might have sat there for minutes or hours. He had no way of knowing. But when he finally opened his eyes, the sun had moved significantly across the sky, and he felt as if he had been filled with knowledge that would take months to fully understand. "This is just the beginning," Magnus said as Eric rose to his feet. "The forest has much more to teach you, but it will reveal its secrets gradually as you prove yourself ready to receive them." They made their way to another part of the forest, where Magnus showed Eric how to identify trees that had grown under specific conditions. Soil composition, exposure to sunlight, proximity to water sources. Each factor influenced not just the wood's physical characteristics, but its spiritual properties as well. "This oak," Magnus said, placing his hand on the trunk of a tree that stood apart from its neighbors, "grew in soil that was enriched by the ashes of sacred fires. Its wood will hold memory better than ordinary timber, making it ideal for the parts of the boat that will carry the most important knowledge." Eric touched the tree's bark, feeling a subtle vibration that seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat. The oak was ancient, its trunk so massive that 3 men holding hands couldn't encircle it. Yet, despite its age, it radiated vitality, as if it had been waiting centuries for this moment of recognition. "How do we know which trees are willing to be harvested?" Eric asked. "I can't imagine cutting down something so magnificent without its consent." Magnus smiled, pleased by the question. "The old ways include rituals for communicating with the forest spirits, for asking permission, and offering appropriate compensation. No tree is taken without ceremony, without acknowledgement of the sacrifice being made." As they continued their exploration, Eric began to understand that the forest was far more than a simple source of raw materials. It was a living library, a repository of knowledge that had been accumulated over countless generations. Each tree held memories. Each grove preserved traditions. Each clearing marked a place where important ceremonies had been performed. They came at last to a section of the forest that felt different from all the others, older, wilder, touched by powers that predated human settlement in the region. The trees here were giants, their trunks disappearing into a canopy so thick that only scattered beams of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The air itself seemed to shimmer with barely contained energy. "This is the heart of the old forest," Magnus said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Here, if anywhere, we might find what we're truly looking for." "What are we looking for?" Eric asked, though he sensed that the answer would change everything. Instead of replying directly, Magnus led him to what appeared to be a natural formation of stones, a circle of standing rocks that rose from the forest floor like ancient sentinels. But as Eric looked more closely, he began to see that the arrangement was not natural at all. The stones had been shaped and positioned with the same care that went into the finest craftsmanship, their surfaces covered with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the filtered light. A temple, Eric breathed. But to what gods? Not gods, Magnus corrected gently. To knowledge itself, to the understanding that connects all things, the wisdom that flows through wood and stone, water and wind, the hearts of men, and the songs of birds. In the center of the stone circle stood a single tree unlike any Eric had ever seen. It was not particularly large compared to some of the forest giants they had passed, but it radiated a presence that made the air around it seem to vibrate with potential. Its bark was smooth and silver-gray, marked with natural patterns that resembled the mysterious symbols Eric had been studying. The World Tree, Magnus said simply. Not the great ash of the northern myths, but its earthly reflection, a living connection between the realm of matter and the realm of spirit. Eric approached the tree slowly, feeling as if he were walking into the presence of something sacred beyond his ability to comprehend. As he drew near, the symbols on the bark seemed to become clearer, resolving into patterns that spoke directly to his consciousness without the need for translation. He saw the history of his people written in the tree's markings, not just the recent generations he knew from family stories, but the deep past, the time before memory when different peoples had walked these lands. He saw craftsmen working with tools and techniques that had been forgotten for centuries, building vessels that served purposes beyond simple transportation. And he saw himself, Eric Thornson, standing in this very spot in some possible future, his hands glowing with knowledge as he shaped wood into forms that bridged the gap between the physical and spiritual worlds. "This is where it begins," he said, his voice filled with certainty. "This is where I'll find the wood for the most important parts of the boat." Magnus nodded solemnly. The World Tree gives of itself only to those who understand the true nature of the sacrifice being asked. Are you prepared for what that might mean? Eric looked up into the tree's silver branches, feeling the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders like a cloak woven from starlight and shadow. He thought of his father, of the mysterious drawing hidden in the old chest, of the strange vessel that waited to be born from his hands and heart. "I'm prepared," he said, and as the words left his lips, he felt something fundamental shift in the world around him. The tree's branches rustled without any wind to move them, and for a moment Eric could have sworn he heard his father's voice carried on the sound. "Then let us begin the real work," Magnus said. They spent the rest of the day in the sacred grove, Magnus teaching Eric the rituals and ceremonies that would be required before any wood could be harvested from the World Tree. These were not simple prayers or offerings, but complex interactions that required Eric to open himself completely to the forest's wisdom. As the sun began to set, painting the forest in shades of gold and crimson, Eric felt as if he had been transformed. The knowledge flowing through him was not just intellectual understanding, but a deep, cellular awareness of his connection to the natural world and the traditions of his ancestors. "Tomorrow," Magnus said as they prepared to leave the sacred grove, "we'll return with the proper tools and begin the harvest. But tonight, you should spend time with your family, grounding yourself in the human connections that give meaning to all this ancient wisdom." The walk back to the village passed in comfortable silence, both men lost in their own thoughts. Eric's mind buzzed with new understanding, but beneath the excitement lay a deeper current of responsibility. He was no longer just a craftsman building a boat. He was a keeper of traditions, a bridge between past and future, a guardian of knowledge that might otherwise be lost forever. As they emerged from the forest, the lights of Bjornhaven twinkled in the gathering darkness like fallen stars. Eric could see smoke rising from his own chimney, could imagine Astrid preparing the evening meal while the children played by the fire. The ordinary world of family and community called to him, offering the stability and love that would anchor him through the transformations to come. Magnus, Eric said as they approached the village, what happens when the boat is finished? Where will it go, and who will sail it? The scholar was quiet for a long moment, his pale eyes reflecting the last light of the dying day. That, he said finally, depends on what we discover during its construction. The old ways have their own wisdom, their own sense of timing and purpose. Sometimes the boat chooses its own crew, its own destination, and sometimes... Magnus smiled, but there was something in his expression that might have been sadness. Sometimes the boat chooses its builder to be more than just a craftsman. Sometimes it calls him to become something he never imagined he could be. As they parted ways at the village center, Eric felt the weight of those words settling into his heart. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new revelations, new steps along a path that seemed to stretch far beyond the comfortable boundaries of his previous life. But tonight, he would sit by his own fire, hold his children on his lap, and remember that all the ancient wisdom in the world meant nothing without love to give it purpose and family to give it meaning. The great work was truly beginning, and Eric Thornson was ready to discover where it would lead him. The stars emerged one by one in the darkening sky, their light reflecting off the calm waters of the harbor like scattered diamonds. In the distance, the forest rustled with secrets and whispered promises, while in the village below, the eternal rhythms of human life continued their gentle dance. Eric walked home through the familiar streets, carrying within him the seeds of knowledge that would soon transform everything he thought he knew about his craft, his heritage, and his destiny. The ancient craft. The pre-dawn air carried a chill that spoke of autumn's approach as Eric made his way through the sleeping village toward the sacred grove. In his hands, he carried the tools that had belonged to his father and grandfather before him, chisels whose edges had been honed by generations of craftsmen, and adze whose handle bore the smooth patina of countless hours of use, and a small ceremonial knife that Magnus had given him the night before. The knife was unlike anything in Eric's collection. Its blade was forged from metal that seemed to hold light even in darkness, and its handle was carved from wood so old it felt more like stone beneath his fingers. Strange symbols ran along the blade's length, and when Eric held it up to catch the first rays of dawn, the markings seemed to pulse with their own inner fire. This belonged to your great-grandfather, Magnus had explained when he presented the knife. Einar the Wise, they called him, though few remember his name now. He was the last of the old craftsmen to work openly in these lands, before the new ways made such knowledge dangerous to possess. Eric had accepted the blade with reverence, feeling the weight of history in its balanced form. As his fingers closed around the handle, he had experienced a moment of startling clarity. A brief vision of a tall man with eyes like his own, working by firelight on a vessel that seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. Now, walking through the forest in the gray light of early morning, Eric felt that same presence walking beside him. The knowledge of his ancestors flowed through his bloodline like a river finding its course, carrying with it techniques and understanding that had been preserved in the very structure of his bones and sinews. Magnus was waiting for him at the edge of the sacred grove, along with another figure Eric hadn't expected to see. An elderly woman whose presence seemed to make the air around her shimmer with barely contained power. She was small and bent with age, her white hair braided with feathers and small bones, her clothing a patchwork of furs and fabrics that had been dyed in colors Eric had never seen before. "This is Olga the Wise," Magnus said by way of introduction. "She is the keeper of the old songs, the one who remembers the words that must be spoken before the world tree will give of its substance." Olga studied Eric with eyes that seemed to see far more than the surface of things. When she spoke, her voice carried the cadence of ancient poetry, each word chosen with the precision of a master craftsman selecting the perfect piece of wood. "So," she said, "you are Thorson's son, come at last to claim your inheritance. I knew your father well, child, and his father before him. The blood runs true in you. I can see it in the way you hold yourself, the way the forest responds to your presence." Eric felt a flush of warmth at her words, but also a tremor of uncertainty. "I'm not sure I understand what inheritance you mean. My father left me his tools and his workshop, but—" Olga's laugh was like the sound of wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Tools and workshops can be replaced, young one. The inheritance I speak of is written in your very essence, the knowledge that flows through your bloodline, the understanding that connects you to craftsmen who worked these woods when the world was younger than it is today." She moved closer to the world tree, her gnarled hands tracing patterns in the air that seemed to leave faint trails of light. "Your great-great-grandfather, Bjorn the Builder, was the first of your line to hear the tree's song. He learned to work with wood not as dead matter, but as living memory given form. The techniques he discovered have been passed down through 5 generations, waiting for the right moment to emerge." Eric felt something stirring in the depths of his mind. Not quite memory, but something deeper and more primal. Images flickered at the edges of his consciousness. Hands that looked like his own shaping wood with tools he had never seen. Vessels taking form according to principles he had never learned but somehow understood. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Olga began to sing, her voice rising and falling in patterns that seemed to match the rhythm of the wind through the leaves. The words were in the old tongue, but Eric found that he could understand them, not through translation, but through a direct connection that bypassed his conscious mind. The song spoke of trees that remembered the first dawn, of wood that held the dreams of sleeping gods, of craftsmen who worked with starlight and shadow, as well as chisel and plane. As Olga sang, the world tree began to respond, its silver bark taking on a luminescence that grew stronger with each verse. Magnus handed Eric a small bowl carved from what looked like a single piece of amber. "The first offering," he explained. "A drop of your blood, freely given, to show the tree that you understand the nature of sacrifice." Eric took the ceremonial knife and drew its edge across his palm, watching as a single drop of crimson fell into the amber bowl. The moment his blood touched the vessel, the entire grove seemed to come alive. The world of trees' branches swayed without any wind to move them, and Eric could hear voices speaking in harmonies too complex for human ears to fully comprehend. Olga's song reached a crescendo, and suddenly Eric could see the tree as it truly was. Not just a physical organism, but a living repository of knowledge that stretched back to the very foundations of the world. Its roots extended not just into the earth, but into the realm of memory itself, connecting every craftsman who had ever worked with reverence and skill. "Now," Magnus said softly, "you may ask the tree for what you need." Eric approached the silver trunk, placing his hands against the smooth bark. The moment his skin made contact, knowledge flooded through him like a river breaking through a dam. He saw techniques for working with wood that went far beyond anything he had learned from his father. Ways of reading the grain that revealed not just structural properties, but the tree's own intentions and desires. He understood now why certain pieces of wood seemed to resist his tools, while others yielded eagerly to his touch. Each tree carried within its fibers the memory of its growth, the story of seasons weathered and storms survived. A craftsman who could read these stories could work with the wood's natural inclinations rather than against them, creating joints that held not just through mechanical force, but through harmony of purpose. "I see," Eric whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The wood wants to become something specific. My job isn't to force it into the shape I desire, but to help it find the form it was always meant to take." The World Tree pulsed with approval, and Eric felt a section of its bark begin to loosen beneath his hands. Not a large piece, perhaps the size of his palm, but he knew instinctively that it would be perfect for the vessel's most crucial component. As he carefully removed the gifted bark, Eric noticed that the symbols carved into its surface were different from those he had seen before. These markings seemed to move and shift as he watched, rearranging themselves into new patterns that conveyed layers of meaning he was only beginning to grasp. "The steering board," he said with sudden certainty. "This will become the steering board, not just to guide the boat through water, but to navigate between worlds." Olga nodded approvingly. "The blood remembers what the mind has forgotten. Your ancestors worked with such understanding for generations, until the new ways made such knowledge dangerous to possess openly." Over the following hours, the three of them worked together to harvest additional materials from the sacred grove. Each piece was taken with ceremony, with offerings and songs that acknowledged the sacrifice being made. Eric found that his hands seemed to know which branches to select, which sections of trunk would yield the wood he needed for specific parts of the vessel. As they worked, Magnus shared stories of the old craftsmen, men and women who had understood that their work was more than mere construction, that they were participating in a form of creation that connected the physical and spiritual worlds. "Your great-grandfather Einar," Magnus said as they carefully wrapped a piece of heartwood in blessed cloth, "once built a boat that could sail upstream against the strongest current, not through any mechanical advantage, but because the vessel itself understood the deeper currents that flow beneath the surface of all things." "What happened to it?" Eric asked. "It fulfilled its purpose and then departed," Magnus replied mysteriously. "The old boats were not possessions to be owned, but partners in the great work of preserving and transmitting knowledge. When their tasks were complete, they found their own ways to whatever destination awaited them." As the sun reached its zenith, they made their way back toward the village, their arms full of precious materials. But Eric's mind was still in the sacred grove, still connected to the vast network of knowledge that the World Tree had revealed to him. He could feel the presence of his ancestors more strongly now, not as distant memories, but as living guides whose wisdom flowed through his hands and heart. When he looked at a piece of wood, he no longer saw just grain and texture, but story and potential, memory and dream waiting to be given form. That afternoon, in his workshop, Eric began the delicate process of preparing the materials for construction. Each piece of wood required individual attention, careful study to understand its unique properties and potential contributions to the finished vessel. The bark from the world tree would indeed become the steering board, but first, it needed to be shaped according to principles Eric was only beginning to understand. As he worked with the ceremonial knife, following grain patterns that seemed to guide his hands, symbols began to emerge from the wood itself, not carved by his blade, but revealed as if they had always been there, waiting for the right moment to become visible. Astrid came to the workshop as evening approached, bringing him a simple meal of bread and cheese. She watched in fascination as he worked, noting the change in his movements, the new confidence in his handling of the tools. "You're different," she observed, settling on a stool beside his workbench. "There's something in the way you work now that I've never seen before." Eric paused in his carving, looking up to meet her eyes. "I'm remembering things I never knew I had learned," he said. "It's as if the knowledge was always there, sleeping in my blood, waiting for the right moment to awaken." He showed her the piece of bark he was shaping, pointing out the symbols that continued to emerge as he worked. "These aren't decorations," he explained. "They're a form of writing, a way of encoding knowledge directly into the structure of the boat itself." Astrid traced one of the symbols with her finger, her expression thoughtful. "My grandmother used to draw patterns like these in the dirt when she told her stories. She said they were memory aids, ways of preserving important information even when it couldn't be spoken aloud." Eric felt a chill of recognition. What kind of stories did she tell? Old ones, tales of the time before the current gods, when different powers walked the earth. She spoke of craftsmen who could build boats that sailed between worlds, of knowledge that was preserved in wood and stone when it became too dangerous to keep in books or songs. As they talked, Eric continued his work on the steering board, his hands moving with increasing confidence as the ancient techniques flowed through him. The wood seemed eager to cooperate, revealing its secrets as he worked, guiding his tools toward the forms it wanted to take. Young Bjorn appeared in the workshop doorway, his eyes wide with curiosity as he watched his father work. "Papa, why does the wood glow like that?" Eric looked down at the piece in his hands, surprised to see that his son was right. The bark did seem to emit a faint luminescence, as if lit from within by some inner fire. "I think," Eric said slowly, "it's because the wood remembers what it used to be part of. The world tree holds memories of times when the boundaries between worlds were thinner, when light itself was different than it is now." Bjorn moved closer, his young face serious with concentration. "Can I learn to make wood glow too?" Eric smiled, ruffling his son's hair. "Perhaps when you're older. But first, you must learn to listen to what the wood is trying to tell you. Every piece has its own voice, its own story to share." As the family gathered around the workbench, Eric found himself sharing some of what he had learned in the sacred grove. He spoke of trees that held memory, of craftsmen who worked with more than just physical tools, of knowledge that flowed through bloodlines like rivers finding their course. The children listened with rapt attention, their young minds accepting these wonders with the easy faith of those who had not yet learned to doubt the impossible. Astrid asked thoughtful questions, her practical nature helping Eric ground the mystical experiences in everyday understanding. "This boat you're building," she said as the evening grew late. "It's not just a vessel for carrying people and cargo, is it?" Eric shook his head. "It's a keeper of knowledge, a bridge between the old ways and whatever comes next." When it's complete, it will carry more than physical cargo. It will transport wisdom itself to places where it can be preserved and protected. As the family prepared for bed, Eric remained in the workshop, continuing his work by the light of oil lamps. The steering board was taking shape under his hands, its surface covered with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering light. Each mark carried layers of meaning, encoding knowledge that could be read by those who understood the ancient principles. He worked through the night, guided by instincts he was only beginning to trust. The ceremonial knife moved through the wood like a living thing, following patterns that existed somewhere beyond conscious thought. By dawn, the steering board was complete, a masterpiece of craftsmanship that seemed to pulse with its own inner life. Magnus arrived as the sun painted the eastern sky in shades of gold and rose. He examined Eric's work with the careful attention of a master evaluating a student's progress, his pale eyes taking in every detail of the carved symbols and flowing grain patterns. "Remarkable," he said finally. "You've accomplished in one night what I expected would take weeks to achieve. The old knowledge flows strongly in you." Eric set down his tools, suddenly aware of how tired he was. But beneath the physical exhaustion lay a deep satisfaction, the knowledge that he had created something that transcended mere craftsmanship. "What comes next?" he asked. Magnus smiled, his expression holding both pride and anticipation. "Next, we begin work on the hull itself. And that, my young friend, will require techniques that will challenge everything you think you know about the nature of wood, water, and the forces that bind them together." As Eric looked out at the harbor where the morning mist was beginning to lift, he felt the weight of destiny settling more firmly on his shoulders. The great work was truly underway now, and with each passing day, he was becoming something more than he had ever imagined possible. The last shipwright of Bjornhaven was awakening to his true calling, and the world itself seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of what he would create. The morning light streamed through the workshop windows, illuminating the steering board that lay on Eric's workbench like a piece of captured starlight. The symbols carved into its surface seemed to whisper secrets in languages older than memory, while somewhere in the distance, the eternal rhythm of waves against stone continued its ancient song. The vessel that would change everything was beginning to take shape, and with it, the destiny of all who would touch its blessed wood, the gathering storm. The weeks that followed blurred together like watercolors in rain, each day bringing new revelations as Eric delved deeper into the ancient craft that flowed through his bloodline. The hull of the mysterious vessel began to take shape in his workshop, its unusual proportions becoming more beautiful and purposeful with each passing day. But it was not just the boat that was changing. Eric himself was transforming, his understanding expanding in ways that sometimes frightened him with their intensity. He found himself waking before dawn, with his hands already moving in the motions of techniques he had never consciously learned. His dreams filled with visions of craftsmen working by starlight on vessels that seemed to exist in multiple worlds simultaneously. The wood responded to his touch now with an eagerness that bordered on the supernatural. Joints fitted together with perfect precision despite measurements that defied conventional geometry. Planks curved into impossible shapes that somehow strengthened rather than weakened the overall structure. And always, the symbols continued to emerge from the wood itself, as if the vessel were writing its own story in a language older than human speech. Magnus visited daily, sometimes accompanied by other figures who appeared and disappeared like morning mist. Eric began to understand that he was part of a network that stretched far beyond Bjornhaven, a community of knowledge keepers who worked in shadow to preserve traditions that the changing world threatened to sweep away. It was on a gray morning in late autumn, when the first frost had painted the workshop windows with delicate crystals, that the strangers arrived. Eric was working on the vessel's prow, carefully shaping a piece of heartwood from the world tree into a figurehead that seemed to shift between the forms of woman, bird, and wave depending on the angle of view. The work required absolute concentration, each cut guided by intuition rather than conscious planning. The sound of approaching horses broke his focus. Through the workshop's open door, he could see a party of riders making their way down the path from the main road. There were 5 of them, mounted on horses that looked as if they had traveled far and hard. Even at a distance, Eric could sense that these were not ordinary travelers. The lead rider was a woman, tall and straight in the saddle despite her obvious age. Her white hair was braided with silver threads that caught the pale sunlight, and she wore a cloak that seemed to shimmer between blue and green like the surface of deep water. Behind her rode 4 men, each bearing the unmistakable marks of warriors despite their peaceful approach. Magnus emerged from the forest path at almost the same moment, as if he had been expecting this arrival. Eric watched as the scholar approached the riders, engaging in a brief conversation that involved much gesturing toward the workshop. The woman dismounted with fluid grace, her movements suggesting strength and vitality that belied her apparent age. As she walked toward the workshop, Eric felt a strange recognition stirring in his mind, not of her face, which he had never seen before, but of her presence, as if she were someone he had been expecting without knowing it. "Eric Thornson," she said as she entered the workshop, her voice carrying the authority of one accustomed to being obeyed. "I am Sigrid Stormcaller, and I have traveled far to see what you are building here." Eric set down his tools and turned to face her fully. Up close, he could see that her eyes held depths that seemed to reflect centuries of accumulated wisdom. The silver threads in her hair were not mere decoration, but symbols, he realized. Runes that marked her as someone of significant power and knowledge. "You are welcome in my workshop," Eric replied, inclining his head respectfully. "Though I suspect you know more about what I'm building than I do myself." Sigrid's laugh was like the sound of wind over water. "Perhaps, but knowledge and understanding are different things, young craftsman. I may know the purpose this vessel is meant to serve, but only you can understand what it means to bring it into being." She moved closer to the half-completed boat, her hands hovering just above its surface without quite touching. Eric noticed that the wood seemed to respond to her presence, the symbols carved into its planks glowing more brightly as she passed. "Beautiful work," she murmured, more to herself than to Eric. "The old techniques live again in your hands. Your ancestors would be proud." "You knew my ancestors?" Eric asked. "I knew your great-great-grandmother, Astrid the Wise. She was a remarkable woman. It was she who first prophesied that this vessel would one day be built, though she could not say when or by whom." Eric felt a chill run down his spine. "Prophesied?" Sigrid nodded, her expression growing serious. "The old ways include the gift of far-seeing, the ability to perceive patterns that extend across generations. Astrid saw a time of great change coming, when the ancient knowledge would be threatened with extinction. She foresaw the need for a vessel that could carry wisdom to safe harbor." Magnus entered the workshop, followed by the 4 warriors who had accompanied Sigrid. Eric noticed that each man bore weapons and equipment that marked them as more than simple guards. These were protectors of something precious, guardians of secrets that required constant vigilance. "The time grows short," Magnus said without preamble. "Our watchers report increased activity from those who would see the old ways destroyed entirely. They know something is stirring, though they may not yet understand what." Sigrid's expression darkened. "How much do they know?" "Enough to be dangerous," replied one of the warriors, a grizzled man with scars that spoke of many battles. "They've been questioning travelers, searching for signs of unusual activity. It's only a matter of time before their attention turns to places like this." Eric felt a cold knot forming in his stomach. "Are you saying my family is in danger?" "Not yet," Sigrid replied carefully. "But that could change quickly if we're not careful. The forces that oppose us have grown stronger in recent years, more organized in their efforts to stamp out what they see as dangerous superstition." She turned to face Eric directly, her ancient eyes boring into his. "Which brings me to why I've come. The vessel you're building, it cannot remain here once it's completed. The knowledge it carries, the power it represents, would make it a target that would endanger everyone in this village." Eric's mind reeled. He had been so focused on the technical challenges of construction that he hadn't fully considered the broader implications of what he was creating. Where would it go? "North," Magnus answered. "To the hidden communities where the old ways still flourish in secret. There are islands in the far reaches where knowledge keepers maintain libraries and schools that the outside world has forgotten. The vessel will serve as a link between these scattered sanctuaries." "And who would sail it?" Eric asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Sigrid's expression softened slightly. "That choice will be yours to make when the time comes. But know this, whoever takes the vessel on its first voyage may not return to the life they knew before. The old ways have their own demands, their own prices." The workshop fell silent, except for the whisper of wind through the gaps in the walls. Eric looked at the half-completed vessel, seeing it now not just as a masterpiece of craftsmanship, but as a crossroads that would determine the course of his entire future. "How long do we have?" he asked. "The boat must be completed before the spring storms," Sigrid replied. "After that, the weather will make northern voyages impossible until the following year. And by then," she shook her head grimly, "by then it may be too late." Over the following days, the workshop became a hub of activity as Sigrid and her companions joined the effort to complete the vessel. Each of the warriors, Eric discovered, possessed specialized knowledge that complemented his own skills. One was an expert in the ancient techniques of rope making, creating lines that would hold fast in supernatural storms. Another understood the mysteries of sailcraft, weaving cloth that would catch winds that existed beyond the physical realm. But it was Sigrid herself who proved the most valuable collaborator. Her knowledge of the old ways was encyclopedic, encompassing not just the practical aspects of the ancient craft, but the spiritual principles that gave it meaning and power. Every part of the vessel must work in harmony with every other part, she explained as they fitted the mast into its specially prepared socket. This is not just mechanical harmony, but spiritual resonance. The boat must become a single living entity, greater than the sum of its components. Eric found himself learning at a pace that should have been impossible. Techniques that would normally take years to master seemed to flow into his consciousness overnight. His hands moved with increasing confidence, guided by instincts that felt older than his own lifetime. The children of the village began to gather around the workshop, drawn by the strange energies that seemed to emanate from the construction site. They watched in fascination as the vessel took shape, their young eyes seeing wonders that adult skepticism might have dismissed. Young Bjorn spent every free moment in the workshop, absorbing knowledge with the eager hunger of youth. Eric noticed that his son seemed to understand the work on an intuitive level, his small hands already showing the sensitivity to wood and grain that marked a true craftsman. "He has the gift," Sigrid observed one evening as they watched the boy carefully sand a piece of trim work. "The old blood runs strong in him as well." Eric felt a mixture of pride and concern. What does that mean for his future? "It means he will have choices to make, just as you do," Sigrid replied. "The knowledge will awaken in him when he's ready, and then he must decide how to use it." As winter deepened and the days grew shorter, the vessel neared completion. Its hull gleamed with a finish that seemed to capture and hold light, while the symbols carved into its surface pulsed with their own inner radiance. The sail, woven from threads that Sigrid had brought from distant lands, shimmered like captured starlight. But with each passing day, the sense of urgency grew stronger. Magnus's network of watchers reported increasing activity from those who opposed the old ways. Strangers had been seen asking questions in nearby villages, and there were rumors of ancient sites being destroyed by those who feared their power. "They know something is happening," Magnus reported during one of their evening councils. "They can sense the awakening of old forces, even if they don't understand what's causing it." Sigrid nodded grimly. "We must be prepared to act quickly once the vessel is ready. Every day we delay increases the risk of discovery." It was then that Eric made a decision that surprised even himself. "I'll sail it," he said quietly. "When the boat is finished, I'll take it north to the hidden communities." The workshop fell silent. Astrid, who had been listening from the doorway, stepped forward with tears in her eyes. "Eric," she said softly, "what about us? What about your family?" Eric took her hands in his, feeling the weight of the choice he was making. "The knowledge I carry now, it's not just mine anymore. It belongs to all who would preserve the old ways. If I don't take the vessel north, if I don't help establish the connections between the scattered communities, then everything we've worked for will be lost." "But you might not come back," she whispered. "I will come back," Eric said firmly. "This is my home, my anchor. The old ways teach that all journeys are circles. They always lead back to where they began, though the traveler may be changed by what they've experienced." Sigrid watched this exchange with ancient eyes that had seen many such partings. "There is another way," she said finally. "The vessel could carry your family with you, at least for the first voyage. The northern communities welcome those who carry the old knowledge, and there are schools there where your children could learn things that are no longer taught in the southern lands." Eric felt his heart leap at this possibility. To undertake the great journey without abandoning his family, it seemed too good to be true. "Would that be safe?" Astrid asked. "Safer than remaining here, if our enemies discover what has been built in this workshop," Sigrid replied honestly. "The vessel is designed to carry souls as well as cargo. It will protect those who travel in it, as long as they understand and respect its nature." As the winter solstice approached, the final preparations were completed. The vessel stood ready in Eric's workshop, a masterpiece that seemed to exist partially in the physical world and partially in realms beyond ordinary perception. Its hull gleamed with inner light, its sail rustled with winds that touched no other surface, and its steering board hummed with knowledge that spanned generations. On the longest night of the year, as snow fell softly outside the workshop windows, Eric stood before his completed creation and felt the full weight of what he had accomplished. He was no longer simply a craftsman who built boats. He had become a bridge between worlds, a keeper of knowledge that might otherwise be lost forever. The vessel waited patiently for its maiden voyage, its wooden heart beating with the accumulated wisdom of centuries. Soon, it would carry its precious cargo north to the hidden communities where the old ways still flourished. And Eric Thornson, last shipwright of Bjornhaven, would guide it on its journey into legend. But first, there were farewells to be made, preparations to be completed, and a family to convince that the greatest adventure of their lives was about to begin. The storm was gathering on the horizon, both literal and metaphorical. The time for hiding in the shadows was coming to an end. Soon, the vessel would take to the waters, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of all who believed that some knowledge was too precious to let die. The snow continued to fall outside the workshop, muffling the sounds of the sleeping village in a blanket of pristine white. Inside, the completed vessel seemed to glow with its own inner fire, patient and ready for the journey that would test everything Eric had learned about his craft, his heritage, and his destiny. The longest night of the year was ending, and with the dawn would come the beginning of the greatest adventure in the history of Bjornhaven. The Maiden Voyage. The morning of departure dawned clear and cold, with a wind from the northwest that carried the promise of fair weather for sailing. Eric stood on the shore of Bjornhaven's harbor, watching as the mysterious vessel was carefully launched into waters that seemed to welcome it like an old friend returning home. The boat moved differently than any craft Eric had ever seen. It didn't simply float upon the water's surface. It seemed to dance with the waves, responding to currents both seen and unseen. The symbols carved into its hull glowed more brightly as it touched the sea, and Eric could have sworn he heard the wood itself singing in harmonies that resonated in his bones. "She knows she's home," Sigrid observed, standing beside him on the rocky shore. "The vessel remembers what it was made for, even if we're still discovering all its capabilities." The entire village had turned out to witness the launch, though few understood the true significance of what they were seeing. To most of the villagers, this was simply Eric Thornson launching another of his beautifully crafted boats. They had no idea they were watching the culmination of generations of hidden knowledge, the birth of a vessel that would carry ancient wisdom to sanctuaries they had never imagined. Astrid stood with the children, her face a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The decision to accompany Eric on his voyage had not been easy, but as the weeks passed and she witnessed the transformation in her husband, she had come to understand that this journey was not just his destiny. It was theirs as well. "Papa," young Bjorn asked, tugging at Eric's sleeve, "why does the boat glow like that?" Eric knelt beside his son, placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. "Because it's made from wood that remembers being part of something greater," he explained. "The trees it came from held memories of times when the world was different, when light itself had different qualities." Little Sigrid, now 4 years old and named for Eric's grandmother, pointed at the vessel's sail. "It's moving, Papa, but there's no wind." Eric looked up and saw that she was right. The sail was billowing gently despite the fact that the morning air was nearly still. The fabric seemed to be catching breezes that existed in dimensions beyond the physical world. "The old ways teach us that there are many kinds of wind," Eric said softly. "Some move the air we breathe, Others move the currents of time and memory. Our boat can sail on winds that ordinary vessels cannot even feel. Magnus approached, carrying a leather satchel filled with charts and documents. The northern routes are marked here, he said, handing the collection to Eric. But remember, these maps show more than just geographical features. They mark the currents of power that flow beneath the surface of the world, the paths that connect places of knowledge and sanctuary. Eric accepted the charts with reverence, understanding that he held in his hands the accumulated wisdom of generations of navigators who had sailed waters both physical and metaphysical. The maps were works of art in themselves, covered with symbols and notations that would guide him to destinations that existed as much in the realm of spirit as in the world of matter. The first destination is marked in silver, Magnus continued, pointing to an island that appeared to be located several days' sail to the northwest. There you'll find the community of Raven's Rest, where the keeper of the northern archives awaits your arrival. Sigrid stepped forward, her ancient eyes reflecting the morning light like polished stones. But remember, young navigator, the vessel will guide you as much as you guide it. Trust in the knowledge that flows through your bloodline, and listen to what the boat itself tells you about the currents and winds. The time for departure had arrived. Eric's family boarded the vessel with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, while the gathered villagers offered their blessings and farewells. Olaf the merchant pressed a small bag of provisions into Astrid's hands, his weathered face creased with emotion. "Bring back stories," he said simply. "Whatever you find in the northern waters, remember that we'll be waiting to hear of your adventures." Eric took his place at the steering board, his hands closing around the carved wood that had been shaped from the bark of the world tree. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt the vessel come alive beneath him. The boat's consciousness touched his own, sharing knowledge of currents and winds that no ordinary navigator could perceive. The sail filled with invisible breezes, and the vessel began to move away from the shore with a grace that defied the laws of conventional seamanship. Eric felt the steering board respond to his thoughts as much as his physical movements, the boat anticipating his intentions and adjusting its course accordingly. As Bjornhaven faded into the distance behind them, Eric experienced a moment of profound transformation. He was no longer simply a craftsman who had built a boat. He had become one with his creation, a navigator sailing waters that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The vessel moved through the physical sea with ease, but Eric could sense that it was also traveling through other currents, streams of memory and knowledge that connected distant places and times. The boat was not just carrying his family north to the hidden communities. It was following paths that had been established by countless voyagers who had made similar journeys throughout history. "Look, Papa," Bjorn called out, pointing toward the water around their boat. "The sea is different colors." Eric looked and saw that his son was right. The water immediately around their vessel shimmered with hues that had no names, colors that seemed to shift between blue and silver, green and gold, depending on the angle of view. It was as if the boat's passage was revealing hidden aspects of the sea itself. "The old waters remember," Astrid said softly, her voice filled with wonder. "They remember when the boundaries between worlds were thinner, when travelers could sail from one realm to another as easily as crossing a harbor." As the day progressed, Eric began to understand that their voyage was unlike any journey he had ever imagined. The vessel seemed to exist partially outside normal time and space, covering distances that should have taken days in mere hours. The sun moved across the sky at its normal pace, but the landmarks they passed suggested they were traveling far faster than any ordinary boat could manage. By evening, they had reached waters that Eric had never seen before, despite a lifetime of sailing the coastal regions. The sea here was deeper, its color a blue so intense it seemed almost black. Strange birds wheeled overhead, species Eric didn't recognize, with wingspans that suggested they were built for long flights over vast distances. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Eric consulted Magnus's charts by the light of a lantern that burned with a flame that never flickered. The maps showed their position clearly. They were approaching the outer reaches of the known world, entering waters that appeared on no ordinary chart. "Are we lost, Papa?" little Sigrid asked, her voice small in the vastness of the evening sea. "No, little one," Eric replied, his voice filled with quiet confidence. "We're exactly where we need to be. The boat knows the way, even when we don't." That night, as his family slept in the vessel's comfortable cabin, Eric remained at the steering board, guided by instincts he was still learning to trust. The boat sailed through darkness illuminated by stars that seemed brighter and more numerous than any he had seen from land. It was during the deep hours of the night that Eric first heard them. Voices carried on the wind, speaking in the old tongue, sharing fragments of songs and stories that had been passed down through generations of seafaring folk. The voices seemed to come from the water itself, as if the sea remembered every word that had ever been spoken upon its surface. Some of the voices were familiar, echoing the cadences of his father and grandfather. Others were strange, speaking in dialects he had never heard but somehow understood. All of them seemed to be welcoming him, acknowledging his passage into waters where the old ways still held sway. Dawn brought their first sight of Raven's Rest, the island community that was their initial destination. It appeared on the horizon like something from a dream, a landmass that seemed to shift and shimmer, revealing different aspects of itself depending on the angle of approach. As they drew nearer, Eric could see that the island was larger than Magnus's charts had suggested, its coastline dotted with structures that defied easy categorization. Some appeared to be conventional buildings, houses and workshops, docks and storage facilities. Others seemed to exist partially in the physical world and partially elsewhere, their outlines wavering like heat mirages. The harbor they approached was filled with vessels unlike any Eric had ever seen. Some were clearly boats in the conventional sense, built for practical purposes of transportation and fishing. Others were craft that seemed to serve purposes beyond mere navigation. Vessels that glowed with inner light, boats whose sails caught winds from other dimensions, ships that appeared to be constructed from materials that existed at the intersection of wood and starlight. "Welcome, travelers from the southern waters," called a voice from the dock as they approached. Eric looked up to see a figure that might have been male or female, young or old. Their appearance seemed to shift subtly as he watched, as if they existed in a state of constant, gentle transformation. "I am Eric Thornson," he called back, "builder of the vessel that carries us. We come seeking the keeper of the northern archives." The figure smiled, their face brightening with recognition. "Ah, the new boat from the old bloodline. We have been expecting you, though we weren't certain when you would arrive." Time flows differently in these waters, and vessels built according to the ancient principles sometimes take routes that exist outside conventional navigation. As they tied up at the dock, Eric felt a sense of homecoming that surprised him with its intensity. This place, despite being unlike anywhere he had ever been, felt familiar in ways that bypassed rational understanding. The very air seemed to vibrate with knowledge and possibility. The keeper of the archives proved to be an elderly woman named Thora the Farseer, whose eyes held depths that seemed to reflect the accumulated wisdom of centuries. She examined Eric's vessel with the careful attention of one who understood the significance of what she was seeing. "Beautiful work," she murmured, her weathered hands hovering just above the boat's glowing hull. "The old techniques live again in your craftsmanship. Your ancestors would be proud to see what you have accomplished." "What happens now?" Eric asked. "Magnus told me that the vessel was meant to connect the scattered communities where the old knowledge survives." Thora nodded slowly. "Indeed. But first, you must understand what you have truly created. This boat is more than a means of transportation. It is a living repository of knowledge, a bridge between worlds that can carry not just people and cargo, but memories and dreams themselves." Over the following days, Eric and his family were introduced to the wonders of Raven's Rest. The island was home to a community of knowledge keepers who had preserved traditions that the outside world had forgotten or abandoned. There were craftsmen who worked with materials that existed at the intersection of matter and spirit. Scholars who studied the movements of stars that could only be seen with inner sight. And navigators who charted courses through dimensions that had no names. Young Bjorn was particularly fascinated by the island's workshops, where he watched artisans create objects that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Little Sigrid spent her time in the island's gardens, where plants grew according to principles that combined botany with deeper mysteries. Astrid found herself drawn to the community of women who served as keepers of the old songs, melodies that preserved knowledge in forms that could survive the destruction of books and the forgetting of languages. She discovered that many of the lullabies her grandmother had sung to her carried encoded information about navigation, weather patterns, and the locations of safe harbors. But it was Eric who experienced the most profound transformation during their stay on Raven's Rest. Under Thora's guidance, he began to understand that his vessel was not just a boat he had built, but a partner in the great work of preserving and transmitting ancient wisdom. "The craft chooses its own crew," Thora explained as they stood together on the island's highest point, looking out over waters that stretched to the horizon and beyond. "You built it with your hands and heart, but it has developed its own consciousness, its own sense of purpose. Your role now is not just to sail it, but to listen to what it tells you about where it needs to go." Eric felt the truth of her words resonating in his bones. The vessel had become more than wood and rope and sail. It was a living entity with its own desires and intentions, a keeper of knowledge that would guide him to places and purposes he was only beginning to imagine. As their time on Raven's Rest drew to a close, Thora presented Eric with a gift, a compass that pointed not to magnetic north, but toward places where knowledge was needed most urgently. "The vessel will carry you to communities throughout the northern waters," she explained. "Some you will find easily. Others will reveal themselves only when you have proven worthy of their trust. But wherever you go, remember that you carry with you the hopes and dreams of all who believe that some wisdom is too precious to let die." The morning of their departure from Raven's Rest dawned clear and bright, with a wind that seemed to call them toward new adventures. As Eric prepared the vessel for sailing, he felt a deep sense of purpose settling into his heart. He was no longer just a craftsman who had built a boat. He had become a navigator of mysteries, a carrier of light into dark waters. His family gathered on deck as they prepared to leave the harbor, their faces reflecting the wonder and anticipation that had become their constant companions. They had been transformed by their time on Raven's Rest, awakened to possibilities they had never imagined. "Where to next, Papa?" Bjorn asked, his young eyes bright with excitement. Eric consulted Thora's compass, watching as its needle swung toward a point on the horizon where sea met sky in a line of infinite possibility. "North," he said simply. "Always north, toward the places where the old knowledge still burns bright against the darkness." The vessel responded to his touch on the steering board like a living thing eager for adventure. Its sail filled with winds from other dimensions, and they moved away from Raven's Rest with a grace that made the water itself seem to sing. Behind them, the island faded into the morning mist like a dream half remembered upon waking. Ahead lay waters unmarked on any ordinary chart, communities hidden in places where the boundaries between worlds grew thin, and adventures that would test everything they had learned about the nature of knowledge, courage, and love. Eric Thornson, last shipwright of Bjornhaven, had become something greater than he had ever imagined possible. And his vessel, born from ancient wood and older wisdom, carried them all toward a destiny that would reshape their understanding of what it meant to be human in a world where magic and mystery still held sway over the hearts of those brave enough to believe. The compass needle pointed steadily north as their vessel danced across waves that reflected not just sunlight, but the glow of possibilities yet to be discovered. In the distance, new islands beckoned with the promise of knowledge and wonder, while behind them, the wake of their passage shimmered with traces of the ancient magic that flowed through the boat's blessed wood. The greatest adventure of their lives had truly begun. The hidden archipelago. 3 weeks into their voyage through the northern waters, Eric began to understand that they were no longer sailing through the world he had known all his life. The vessel moved through seas that existed at the intersection of multiple realities, carrying them to places that appeared on no earthly map, yet felt more real than anything he had ever experienced. Each dawn brought new wonders. Islands would appear on the horizon that seemed to be constructed from crystallized music, their shores singing in harmonies that made the heart ache with beauty. Other land masses appeared to be built from living light, their surfaces shifting through spectrums of color that had no names in any human language. But it was the communities they discovered that truly opened Eric's eyes to the scope of what he had become part of. Hidden throughout the northern archipelago were settlements of people who had preserved aspects of the old knowledge that he was only beginning to comprehend. On the island of Whispered Secrets, they found a community of storytellers who had learned to encode entire libraries of information into tales that could be passed down through generations without ever being written. The stories themselves were alive, changing subtly with each telling to adapt to new circumstances while preserving their essential truths. "Your vessel carries stories too," observed Finn the Tale Weaver, an ancient man whose eyes held depths that seemed to reflect every story ever told. "I can hear them singing in the wood." Narratives of trees that witnessed the first dawn, of craftsmen who worked with starlight and shadow. Eric listened carefully as Finn explained how stories could be woven into the very structure of objects, creating artifacts that carried knowledge in forms that could survive the destruction of more conventional repositories. The technique was similar to what Eric had unconsciously done when building his vessel, encoding information into the symbols that emerged from the wood itself. "But your boat goes beyond simple story-keeping," Finn continued, his weathered hands tracing patterns in the air that seemed to leave faint trails of light. "It has become a living narrative. one that writes itself as it travels. Each place you visit, each person you meet, becomes part of the vessel's ever-growing story. Young Bjorn was particularly fascinated by the island of whispered secrets, spending hours listening to stories that taught him to see the world through eyes that perceived layers of meaning invisible to ordinary sight. He learned that every object had its own tale to tell, every place its own history encoded in the very stones and soil. "Papa," he said one evening as they prepared to leave the island, "I can hear the boat's story now. It's telling me about all the places it wants to visit, all the knowledge it wants to gather." Eric felt a surge of pride mixed with concern. His son was awakening to the old knowledge even faster than Eric himself had. The ancient wisdom flowing through the boy's young mind like water finding its natural course. Their next destination was the floating Gardens of Memory, a collection of small islands that drifted slowly through the northern waters, according to currents that had nothing to do with wind or tide. The islands were tended by gardeners who had learned to cultivate plants that grew in the soil of memory itself, creating living repositories of knowledge that could be harvested like any other crop. "Each plant remembers something different," explained Sage Willowheart, the chief gardener, as she led them through groves where the very air shimmered with accumulated wisdom. "This tree holds the memory of the first song ever sung by human voices. These flowers remember the colors of sunsets from ages when the sky itself was different." Astrid found herself drawn to a section of the gardens where herbs grew that preserved the memories of healing practices stretching back to the dawn of human civilization. She learned to read the stories encoded in leaf patterns, to understand how each plant's growth reflected the knowledge it contained. The old healers understood that medicine was more than just the physical properties of herbs, Sage Willowheart explained, as Astrid carefully harvested seeds from plants that glowed with their own inner light. They knew that healing required the integration of body, mind, and spirit, and they encoded that understanding into the very genetics of their medicinal plants. Little Sigrid spent her time in the children's section of the gardens, where flowers grew that preserved the innocent wisdom of youth, the kind of understanding that saw magic in everyday things and found wonder in the simplest experiences. She learned to tend plants that bloomed with laughter, that grew stronger when watered with tears of joy. But it was on the island of the Star-Touched that Eric encountered something that challenged everything he thought he understood about the nature of reality itself. The island appeared to be constructed from a material that was neither quite stone nor quite metal, its surface covered with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like living things. The inhabitants of the island were unlike any people Eric had ever encountered. They moved with a fluid grace that suggested they existed partially outside the normal constraints of physical form, and their eyes held depths that reflected not just wisdom, but direct contact with forces that operated beyond the realm of human understanding. "Welcome, builder of the living vessel," said their leader, a being who might have been male or female, young or ancient. Their appearance seemed to exist in a state of constant, gentle flux. "We have been watching your progress through the waters of possibility, and we are pleased by what we have observed." Eric felt a chill of recognition as he looked around the island's central plaza. The patterns carved into the ground were similar to those that had emerged in his vessel's wood, but far more complex and sophisticated. These markings seemed to pulse with their own inner life, creating a network of connections that extended far beyond the island itself. "What is this place?" Eric asked, his voice filled with awe. "A nexus," the being replied, "a point where multiple realities intersect, where knowledge from different worlds can be gathered and preserved. Your vessel was built to serve a similar function, though on a smaller scale. Over the following days, Eric learned that his boat was part of a vast network of knowledge preservation efforts that spanned not just the physical world, but multiple dimensions of reality. The vessel he had built was designed to serve as a mobile node in this network, carrying information between communities and helping to maintain connections that might otherwise be lost. The old knowledge is under threat in ways that go beyond simple persecution, the Star-Touched explained as they showed Eric chambers where information was stored in forms that existed at the intersection of matter and energy. The very fabric of reality is changing, becoming less hospitable to the kinds of understanding that your ancestors took for granted. Eric felt the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. He had thought he was simply building a boat to help preserve traditional craftsmanship. Now he was beginning to understand that he had become part of something far greater, a cosmic effort to maintain the connections between different forms of consciousness and understanding. "What happens if we fail?" he asked. The star-touched being's expression grew solemn. "Then knowledge that has taken millennia to accumulate will be lost forever. Entire ways of understanding reality will vanish, leaving future generations impoverished in ways they won't even be able to comprehend." It was during their stay on the island of the Star-Touched that Eric's vessel underwent another transformation. The Star-Touched worked with him to enhance the boat's capabilities, adding elements that would allow it to navigate not just physical waters, but the currents of possibility that flowed between different realities. The process was unlike anything Eric had ever experienced. Working with tools that seemed to be constructed from crystallized thought, the Star-Touched helped him integrate new components into the vessel's structure, elements that existed partially in the physical world and partially in dimensions that had no names. "Your boat was already more than wood and rope," the Star-Touched explained as they worked. "Now it will be able to carry not just physical cargo, but ideas and possibilities themselves. It will serve as a bridge between different forms of consciousness, different ways of understanding the nature of existence." When the work was complete, Eric could feel the change in his vessel immediately. The boat's consciousness had expanded, its awareness extending far beyond its physical boundaries. It could now perceive currents of possibility that flowed through the spaces between realities, navigating by landmarks that existed in the realm of pure concept. But with these enhanced capabilities came new responsibilities. The vessel was now capable of carrying knowledge that was so potent it could reshape reality itself if used improperly. Eric found himself serving not just as navigator, but as guardian of forces that required careful handling. "The old ways include safeguards," the Star-Touched assured him as they prepared to depart the island. "The vessel will not allow its power to be misused. It has developed its own sense of ethics, its own understanding of what knowledge should be shared and what should be protected." As they sailed away from the island of the Star-Touched, Eric felt as if he had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. He was no longer simply a craftsman who had built an unusual boat. He had become a navigator of realities, a keeper of knowledge that spanned multiple dimensions of existence. The compass that Thora had given him now pointed not just toward communities that needed knowledge, but toward places where the fabric of reality itself was thin, where his vessel's unique capabilities would be most needed. Their next destination appeared on the horizon like something from a dream, an island that seemed to exist in a state of constant, gentle transformation, its landscape shifting through different configurations as they watched. This was the Isle of Eternal Becoming, where the inhabitants had learned to live in harmony with the principle of constant change. "Nothing here remains the same for long," explained their guide, a woman whose appearance shifted subtly as she spoke, reflecting different aspects of her personality. "We have learned that stability comes not from resisting change, but from embracing it as the fundamental nature of existence." The community on the Isle of Eternal Becoming had developed techniques for preserving knowledge in forms that could adapt and evolve along with changing circumstances. Rather than trying to maintain information in fixed forms, they had learned to encode understanding in patterns that could transform while retaining their essential meaning. "Your vessel understands this principle," the guide observed as she examined Eric's boat. "It preserves the old knowledge while allowing it to grow and develop. This is the key to ensuring that ancient wisdom remains relevant to future generations." Eric spent several days learning from the inhabitants of the Isle of Eternal Becoming, understanding how knowledge could be kept alive by allowing it to change and adapt. The techniques they taught him would prove invaluable in his role as a carrier of ancient wisdom to communities throughout the northern waters. But it was young Bjorn who made the most significant discovery during their stay on the island. While exploring the community's archives, he found references to other vessels like Eric's boat, ships that had been built in different times and places according to similar principles. "Papa," he said excitedly, showing Eric the ancient texts he had discovered. "There are others like us. Other boats, other families who carry the old knowledge from place to place." Eric studied the documents with growing amazement. The texts described a network of vessels that spanned centuries, each one built by craftsmen who had awakened to their inherited knowledge, each one serving as a mobile repository of wisdom that might otherwise be lost. "We are part of something bigger than I ever imagined," Eric murmured, his voice filled with wonder. "A fleet of knowledge keepers that has been sailing the waters of possibility for generations." The guide smiled, her expression shifting to reflect approval and satisfaction. "Now you begin to understand the true scope of what you have become part of. Your vessel is not unique. It is one node in a network that extends across time and space, connecting communities of knowledge keepers throughout the cosmos." As they prepared to leave the Isle of Eternal Becoming, Eric felt a deep sense of connection to the generations of navigators who had preceded him. He was no longer alone in his mission. He was part of a tradition that stretched back to the very beginnings of human consciousness, and forward to possibilities that had yet to be imagined. The vessel responded to this new understanding by revealing capabilities that Eric hadn't known it possessed. The boat could now sense the presence of other knowledge-carrying vessels, creating a network of communication that spanned vast distances. Through this connection, Eric could share information with other navigators, coordinating efforts to preserve and protect the ancient wisdom. "Where to next?" Astrid asked as they sailed away from the island, her voice filled with the quiet confidence that had grown during their journey. Eric consulted his compass, watching as its needle swung toward a point on the horizon where storm clouds were gathering. But these were not ordinary storms. They were disturbances in the fabric of reality itself, places where the old knowledge was under direct attack. "There," he said, pointing toward the approaching tempest. "Wherever knowledge is threatened, wherever the old ways are in danger of being lost forever." The vessel responded to his intention by adjusting its course toward the storm, its enhanced capabilities allowing it to navigate safely through disturbances that would destroy any ordinary ship. As they sailed toward the darkness, Eric felt the weight of his destiny settling fully upon his shoulders. He was no longer just Eric Thornson, craftsman of Bjornhaven. He had become something greater, a guardian of knowledge, a navigator of possibilities, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the needs of the future. And his vessel, born from ancient wood and older dreams, carried them all toward whatever challenges awaited in the storm-tossed waters ahead. The real test of everything they had learned was about to begin. The storm clouds gathered on the horizon like dark thoughts given form, their depths crackling with energies that had nothing to do with ordinary weather. But Eric's vessel sailed toward them without fear, its hull glowing with the accumulated wisdom of generations, its sail catching winds that blew from the very heart of possibility itself. Whatever lay ahead in those troubled waters, they would face it together. Family, boat, and the ancient knowledge that bound them all into something greater than the sum of their parts. The storm of forgetting. The storm that Eric's vessel sailed toward was unlike any tempest born of wind and water. As they drew closer to the roiling darkness on the horizon, the very air around them began to shimmer with malevolent energy that sought to drain meaning from everything it touched. This was a storm of forgetting, a manifestation of forces that worked to erase knowledge from the world, leaving behind only empty confusion where wisdom once flourished. "Stay close to the boat," Eric called to his family as the first tendrils of the unnatural weather reached them. "Don't let the storm touch your thoughts directly. Remember who you are. Remember what we carry." The vessel's hull began to glow more brightly as it encountered the storm's influence, its carved symbols pulsing with defensive energies that had been built into its very structure. The boat itself seemed to understand the nature of the threat they faced, adjusting its course to navigate through currents of malevolent force with the same skill it showed in ordinary waters. But this was no ordinary challenge. As they penetrated deeper into the storm, Eric could feel tendrils of forgetting reaching out toward his mind, trying to drain away the knowledge he had so recently acquired. The ancient techniques that had become second nature to him began to feel foreign, as if they belonged to someone else entirely. "Papa," Bjorn called out, his young voice tight with fear. "I can't remember the boat's story anymore. It's like something is taking it away from me." Eric felt a chill of recognition. The storm of forgetting was targeting the knowledge they carried, trying to erase the ancient wisdom from their minds before it could be shared with the communities that needed it. This was the enemy that the Star-Touched had warned him about. Forces that sought to impoverish the world by destroying understanding itself. "Hold on to each other," Astrid called out, gathering the children close to her. "Remember the lullabies. Remember the stories. Don't let them take away what makes us who we are." The vessel lurched as it encountered a particularly strong current of erasure, and Eric felt his grip on the steering board beginning to weaken. The knowledge of how to navigate these supernatural waters was being drained from his mind, even as he tried to use it. It was then that the boat itself took action. The symbols carved into its hull flared with brilliant light, creating a protective barrier around the vessel and its occupants. Eric felt the ancient knowledge flowing back into his consciousness, reinforced by the wisdom that had been encoded into the boat's very structure. "The vessel remembers," he said with sudden understanding. "Even if we forget, the boat itself holds the knowledge. It can guide us through this." He relaxed his conscious control over the steering board, allowing the vessel's own intelligence to take the lead. The boat responded immediately, adjusting its course with precision that no human navigator could have achieved. It moved through the storm of forgetting like a fish swimming through familiar waters, following paths that existed in dimensions beyond the reach of the erasure forces. As they sailed deeper into the storm, Eric began to see glimpses of what lay at its heart. There, in the eye of the supernatural tempest, was an island that seemed to be constructed from crystallized emptiness, a place where knowledge went to die, where understanding was systematically destroyed and scattered to the winds. The Nul Citadel, Eric whispered, recognizing the place from descriptions in the ancient texts. The fortress of those who believe that ignorance is safety, that the world would be better without the complications of deep knowledge. The citadel was surrounded by a fleet of vessels that were the dark mirror of Eric's boat. Where his vessel glowed with the warm light of preserved wisdom, these ships radiated the cold darkness of deliberate ignorance. They were crewed by beings who had voluntarily surrendered their capacity for complex thought, trading understanding for the false security of simplicity. Why would anyone choose to forget? Little Sigrid asked, her voice barely audible above the storm's roar. Because knowledge brings responsibility, Eric replied, his heart heavy with the truth of it. Some people would rather live in ignorance than face the complexity of a world where their actions have consequences they can't predict or control. As they approached the outer perimeter of the enemy fleet, Eric realized that they were vastly outnumbered. The vessels of forgetting surrounded them on all sides, their crews working to project waves of erasure that would strip away everything the family had learned during their voyage. But the vessel had capabilities that Eric was still discovering. As the enemy ships closed in, the boat's hull began to resonate with harmonics that created interference patterns in the forgetting fields. The ancient knowledge encoded in its structure acted like a tuning fork, generating frequencies that disrupted the erasure waves. "We're not here to fight," Eric called out to the approaching vessels, his voice somehow carrying clearly through the supernatural storm. "We're here to offer an alternative." The lead ship of the enemy fleet drew alongside, its captain a figure whose face had been deliberately smoothed of all expression, all trace of complex thought. When he spoke, his voice was flat and emotionless, drained of the nuances that came with deep understanding. "You carry contamination," the captain said. "Knowledge that complicates the simple truths we have chosen to embrace. You must be cleansed for the good of all." "And what happens when you've erased all the knowledge in the world?" Eric asked. "What happens when no one remembers how to heal the sick, how to grow food, how to build the ships you sail?" The captain's expression didn't change. "Such complications are unnecessary. Simple needs require simple solutions. Complex knowledge only creates complex problems." Eric felt a wave of sadness wash over him as he looked at the captain and his crew. These had once been people capable of wonder, of growth, of the kind of understanding that made life rich and meaningful. Now they were shadows of themselves, voluntarily diminished in the name of false security. "I can't force you to remember," Eric said gently. "But I can offer you the choice. The knowledge we carry isn't a burden, it's a gift. It's the accumulated wisdom of generations who faced complexity with courage rather than running from it." For a moment, something flickered in the captain's eyes, a ghost of the person he had once been, struggling to remember what he had chosen to forget. But the moment passed, and the flat emptiness returned. "Cleanse them," the captain ordered his crew. The battle that followed was unlike any conflict Eric could have imagined. The enemy vessels projected waves of forgetting that sought to drain away not just knowledge, but the very capacity for learning. In response, Eric's boat generated fields of remembrance that helped preserve and protect the understanding of all who sailed within its influence. But the real battle was taking place on a level deeper than the physical. This was a conflict between different philosophies of existence, between those who believed that knowledge was worth preserving despite its complications, and those who preferred the false simplicity of chosen ignorance. Eric found himself drawing on resources he hadn't known he possessed. The vessel's connection to the network of knowledge-keeping ships allowed him to call upon the accumulated wisdom of generations of navigators. Through the boat's enhanced consciousness, he could access techniques and understanding that spanned centuries of experience. Remember the stories, he called to his family as the battle raged around them. Remember the songs, the techniques, the wisdom we've gathered. Don't let them take away what makes us human. Young Bjorn surprised everyone by standing up in the boat's bow, his young voice rising in one of the ancient songs that Olga had taught him back in Bjornhaven. The melody seemed to create ripples in the storm around them, generating harmonics that disrupted the forgetting fields. Little Sigrid joined her brother, her pure child's voice adding harmonies that seemed to come from some deep well of inherited memory. Even Astrid began to sing, her voice carrying the weight of all the lullabies and healing songs she had learned during their voyage. The effect was immediate and profound. The enemy vessels began to falter as the songs reached their crews, awakening echoes of the knowledge they had chosen to abandon. Some of the sailors looked around with confusion, as if waking from a long dream, while others clutched their heads as suppressed memories began to surface. But the captain of the lead vessel was not so easily swayed. He raised his hands, and the Nul citadel itself began to respond, projecting a wave of erasure so powerful that it threatened to drain the meaning from existence itself. It was then that Eric made a choice that would define the rest of his journey. Instead of trying to fight the wave of forgetting, he opened his vessel's consciousness fully to it, allowing the boat to absorb the erasure energy and transform it into something else entirely. The vessel's hull blazed with light as it processed the incoming wave of nothingness, its ancient wisdom working to convert emptiness back into potential. The symbols carved into its wood began to move and shift, rearranging themselves into new patterns that encoded the very experience of forgetting and remembering. "Knowledge isn't destroyed," Eric called out, his voice carrying across the supernatural storm with clarity that cut through the chaos. "It's only transformed. What you try to erase becomes part of a larger pattern, a deeper understanding of what it means to choose between wisdom and ignorance." The transformation of the erasure wave created a cascade effect throughout the storm. The vessels of forgetting found their own suppressed knowledge beginning to resurface, their crews remembering skills and understanding they had voluntarily abandoned. The Null citadel itself began to crack and crumble as the emptiness it was built from was converted back into potential. But Eric's vessel paid a price for its act of transformation. The boat's consciousness, expanded beyond its normal limits to process the wave of forgetting, began to fragment and scatter. Eric could feel the vessel's awareness spreading out across the network of knowledge-keeping ships, sharing its experience with navigators throughout the cosmos. "The boat is giving itself to save the knowledge," Astrid said with sudden understanding. "It's sacrificing its individual consciousness to preserve what we've learned." Eric felt tears streaming down his face as he realized what was happening. The vessel that had become his partner in the great work of knowledge preservation was dissolving its individual identity to become part of something larger. It would live on in the network of ships that carried wisdom through the waters of possibility. but it would no longer be the unique consciousness he had come to know and love. "Thank you," he whispered to the boat, his hands gentle on the steering board that had guided them through so many adventures. "Thank you for everything you've taught us, everything you've given us." The vessel's response came not in words, but in a flood of images and emotions that conveyed its own gratitude for the journey they had shared. Eric saw their adventures through the boat's perspective. The wonder of awakening to consciousness. The joy of carrying knowledge to communities that needed it. The satisfaction of serving a purpose greater than individual existence. As the storm of forgetting dissipated around them, Eric found himself sailing a vessel that was both the same and completely different. The boat still functioned, still carried them safely through the waters, but its consciousness had become part of the larger network of knowledge-keeping ships. It was no longer his partner in the way it had been, but something more. A node in a vast web of understanding that connected all who worked to preserve wisdom. The enemy fleet was in chaos, their crews struggling to cope with the return of knowledge they had tried to abandon. Some vessels turned and fled back toward the crumbling Null citadel, their crews unable to handle the complexity of restored understanding. Others began to follow Eric's boat, their sailors eager to relearn what they had lost. "What happens now?" Bjorn asked, his young voice filled with wonder and confusion. Eric looked around at the transformed seascape, at the vessels that had chosen to follow them, at the compass that now pointed toward destinations he couldn't yet imagine. "Now we continue the work," he said simply. "We carry knowledge to those who need it. We preserve wisdom for future generations, and we help others find their own path between ignorance and understanding." The vessel moved forward through waters that sparkled with possibilities, carrying its precious cargo of knowledge toward whatever challenges and wonders awaited them. Behind them, the storm of forgetting continued to dissipate, leaving behind clear skies and the promise of new understanding. Eric Thornson, navigator of possibilities, had passed his greatest test. But the journey was far from over. Ahead lay communities that needed the wisdom he carried, young minds that needed to be awakened to their own potential, and the endless work of preserving knowledge in a world that too often preferred the false simplicity of ignorance. The vessel sailed on, no longer unique but part of something greater, carrying its crew toward a future where wisdom and wonder would always find a way to survive, no matter what storms might threaten to wash them away. The waters ahead sparkled with reflected starlight, each wave carrying the promise of new discoveries and ancient wisdom waiting to be shared. Eric's vessel, transformed by its sacrifice but still faithful to its purpose, moved through the night toward destinations that existed at the intersection of need and possibility. The great work of knowledge preservation continued, carried forward by those brave enough to choose understanding over ignorance, complexity over false simplicity, and the difficult beauty of truth over the comfortable darkness of chosen blindness. The return of light. In the weeks that followed their passage through the storm of forgetting, Eric's vessel became something unprecedented in the long history of knowledge-keeping ships. While it had sacrificed its individual consciousness to save the ancient wisdom, it had gained something equally valuable: a direct connection to every other vessel in the network, creating a living library that spanned the breadth of human understanding. The boat now sailed with a purpose that transcended its original mission. Where once it had carried knowledge from place to place, it had become a beacon that could awaken the dormant wisdom in others, helping them discover their own connections to the ancient ways. The first sign of this transformation came when they encountered a fishing village, whose inhabitants had lost the ability to read the signs of weather and tide. Their ancestors had possessed an intuitive understanding of the sea's moods, but generations of relying on increasingly crude approximations had left them vulnerable to storms they could no longer predict. The old knowledge is still there, Eric explained to the village elders as his vessel rested in their harbor. It's encoded in the patterns of your daily life, in the stories your grandmothers told, in the way your hands move when you work with nets and lines. As he spoke, the boat's transformed consciousness began to resonate with the suppressed memories of the villagers. Ancient techniques began to surface in their minds, ways of reading cloud formations that their great-grandfathers had known, methods of interpreting bird flight that could predict weather days in advance. Young Bjorn, now deeply attuned to the vessel's enhanced capabilities, worked with the village children to help them rediscover games that were actually sophisticated training exercises for weather prediction. What had been dismissed as mere play was revealed to be a complex system for developing the intuitive skills that true seamanship required. "It's like the knowledge was sleeping," one of the village elders observed with wonder. "Your boat didn't bring it to us. It helped us remember what we already knew." This pattern repeated itself at every community they visited. The vessel had become a catalyst for awakening, helping people reconnect with wisdom that had been buried under layers of modern skepticism and forgotten tradition. On the island of Broken Chains, they found a community of former slaves who had lost connection to their ancestral knowledge when they were torn from their homelands. The vessel's presence helped them recover songs and stories that had been suppressed, techniques for healing and craftsmanship that had been passed down through bloodlines that seemed severed but were actually only dormant. Astrid worked particularly closely with the women of the community, helping them rediscover healing traditions that combined herbal knowledge with deeper understanding of the connections between body, mind, and spirit. The techniques that emerged were more sophisticated than anything practiced in the conventional world, yet felt as natural as breathing to those who awakened to them. "The knowledge lives in our hands," one of the healers observed, as she worked with herbs that seemed to glow with their own inner light under her touch. "It lives in our voices when we sing the old songs, in our hearts when we remember who we truly are." Little Sigrid, now 5 years old and growing into her own connection with the ancient ways, had developed an uncanny ability to help children remember games and songs that encoded sophisticated knowledge systems. She would spend hours playing with local children, teaching them activities that appeared simple but actually trained complex skills of observation and intuition. But it was the island of the lighthouse keepers that provided the most significant revelation about what Eric's vessel had become. The community there maintained a beacon that guided ships through treacherous waters, but their lighthouse was unlike any ordinary navigation aid. "It doesn't just shine light across the physical sea," explained Keeper Tormund, an elderly man whose eyes held depths that reflected decades of watching over travelers. "It projects illumination across the waters of possibility themselves, helping lost souls find their way to communities where they can learn and grow." Eric studied the lighthouse with growing amazement. Its construction incorporated principles similar to those that had guided the building of his vessel, but on a vastly larger scale. The beacon was actually a node in the same network that his boat had joined, part of a cosmic infrastructure for preserving and sharing knowledge. "Your vessel has become something similar," Keeper Tormund observed as he examined Eric's boat. "It carries its own light now, a beacon that can guide others to their own understanding. But unlike our lighthouse, which remains in one place, your boat can carry that illumination wherever it's needed most. During their stay on the island, Eric learned that the network of knowledge-keeping vessels was far more extensive than he had ever imagined. Ships like his sailed waters throughout the cosmos, each one serving as a mobile beacon for communities that needed guidance in rediscovering their connection to ancient wisdom. But your boat is special, Keeper Tormund continued. Most vessels in the network carry specific types of knowledge. Some specialize in healing arts, others in craftsmanship, still others in the techniques of navigation or agriculture. Your vessel has become something rarer, a master key that can unlock any type of dormant knowledge. This revelation explained the extraordinary experiences they had been having at each community they visited. The vessel wasn't just carrying knowledge from place to place. It was helping people rediscover the wisdom that already existed within their own traditions and bloodlines. As they prepared to leave the island of the Lighthouse Keepers, Keeper Tormund presented Eric with a gift, a chart that showed the locations of communities throughout the northern waters, where the ancient knowledge was in danger of being lost entirely. These are the places where your vessel's unique capabilities will be most needed, he explained. Communities that have almost forgotten their connection to the old ways, but where the knowledge still sleeps, waiting to be awakened. The chart revealed a network of settlements that Eric had never heard of. Hidden communities where fragments of ancient wisdom survived in forms so disguised that their own inhabitants no longer recognized their significance. These were the places where the vessel's role as a master key would be most crucial. Their next destination was the village of Silent Stones, a community built around a circle of ancient megaliths that the inhabitants believed to be nothing more than curiosities left by their ancestors. The villagers had no idea that the stones were actually a sophisticated astronomical calculator, designed to track celestial movements with precision that modern science was only beginning to appreciate. "They're just old rocks," the village chief explained dismissively when Eric asked about the stone circle. "Our ancestors probably put them there for some religious ceremony that nobody remembers anymore." But as Eric's vessel rested in the village harbor, its transformed consciousness began to resonate with the dormant knowledge encoded in the stone circle. The megaliths began to hum with harmonics that had been silent for generations, their surfaces revealing carvings that became visible only when viewed from the proper angles. Young Bjorn was the first to notice the change. "Papa," he said excitedly, "the stones are singing. They're trying to tell us something about the stars." Eric followed his son to the stone circle, where he found that the ancient megaliths were indeed responding to the vessel's presence. The carvings that had appeared on their surfaces formed a complex map of celestial movements, showing the positions of stars and planets across vast cycles of time. It's a calendar, Eric realized with growing amazement. But not just for tracking seasons. It predicts celestial events across centuries, maybe millennia. As word of the discovery spread through the village, people began to remember fragments of stories their grandparents had told about the stones. Gradually, a picture emerged of a sophisticated astronomical tradition that had been practiced in the village for countless generations, before being forgotten in recent decades. "My grandmother used to say that the stones could predict the weather," one elderly villager recalled. She would stand among them during the full moon and somehow know when storms were coming weeks in advance. With Eric's guidance and the vessel's awakening influence, the villagers began to rediscover the techniques their ancestors had used to read the stone circle's messages. What had seemed like meaningless rocks revealed themselves to be components of an instrument more sophisticated than anything the modern world had produced. The pattern continued at every community they visited. The village of Forgotten Songs rediscovered that their traditional melodies encoded sophisticated mathematical principles. The harbor of Lost Names learned that their seemingly random collection of place names actually formed a mnemonic system for remembering safe navigation routes through treacherous waters. But it was on the island of the Dreaming Trees that Eric encountered something that challenged his understanding of what knowledge preservation truly meant. The island was covered with a forest of ancient trees, whose wood had been considered unsuitable for any practical purpose. Too soft for construction, too bitter for fuel, too strange in its grain patterns for conventional craftsmanship. "The trees dream," explained Elder Moss Walker, the island's spiritual leader. "They hold memories that go back to the very beginning of the world, but they share those memories only with those who know how to listen." Eric approached one of the ancient trees with reverence, placing his hands on its bark as he had learned to do with the wood that formed his vessel. Immediately, he was flooded with visions that spanned geological ages, memories of the Earth's formation, the first emergence of life, the slow development of consciousness itself. This is where the deepest knowledge is stored, Elder Mosswalker explained. Not in books or songs or even in the techniques of craftsmanship, but in the living memory of the world itself. Eric realized that his vessel, built from wood of the world tree, carried within its structure access to this deepest level of knowledge. The boat was not just a repository of human wisdom. It was connected to the memory of existence itself. This revelation transformed Eric's understanding of his mission. He was not just preserving human knowledge, he was helping to maintain the connections between human consciousness and the deeper wisdom that flowed through all of creation. As their journey through the northern waters continued, Eric began to understand that they were approaching the completion of a cycle that had begun with his first awakening to the ancient ways. The vessel had evolved from a simple boat into something far more significant, a living bridge between different levels of consciousness and understanding. The compass that Thora had given him began to point steadily toward a destination that appeared on none of his charts, a place that existed at the intersection of all the communities they had visited, where the knowledge they had helped awaken could be gathered and integrated into something greater than the sum of its parts. "Where are we going, Papa?" Bjorn asked as they sailed toward the mysterious destination. Eric looked at his son, seeing in the boy's eyes the same awakening awareness that had transformed his own life. Bjorn was no longer just a child learning his father's trade. He was becoming a keeper of knowledge in his own right, ready to take on responsibilities that would shape the future of the ancient ways. "Home," Eric said simply. "We're going home, but not to the place we left. To the home we've been building with every community we've visited, every person we've helped remember their connection to the old knowledge." As they sailed toward their destination, Eric reflected on the journey that had transformed him from a simple craftsman into something he was still learning to understand. He had built a boat, but in the process, the boat had built him, shaping him into a navigator of possibilities, a keeper of knowledge, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the needs of the future. The vessel moved through waters that sparkled with reflected starlight, carrying its crew toward a destination that would complete their transformation and begin the next phase of their mission. Behind them stretched a network of awakened communities, each one now connected to the others through the knowledge they had rediscovered. Eric Thornson, last shipwright of Bjornhaven, had become the first of something new. a navigator of the cosmic network that preserved and shared the deepest wisdom of existence itself, and his vessel, transformed by its sacrifice and reborn as something greater, carried them all toward a future where knowledge and wonder would never again be in danger of being lost. The greatest adventure was not ending. It was just beginning, the stars above reflected in the water below, creating a pathway of light that stretched toward infinity. Eric's vessel followed that celestial road toward a destination that existed at the heart of all knowledge, where the wisdom of the ages waited to welcome them home. The circle was closing, but like all true circles, its completion would mark not an ending, but a new beginning, the start of adventures that would span generations yet to come. The harbor of all knowledge. The destination that Eric's compass pointed toward revealed itself gradually, like a dream taking shape in the morning light. It was not a single island, but rather a vast archipelago where hundreds of communities existed in harmony, each one specializing in different aspects of the ancient knowledge, yet all connected by currents of understanding that flowed between them like living rivers of wisdom. At the heart of this archipelago lay the harbor of all knowledge, a port unlike any Eric had ever imagined. Ships from across the cosmos gathered here, vessels that had sailed not just through physical waters, but through the streams of possibility that connected all forms of consciousness. Each boat in the harbor glowed with its own inner light, and together they created a constellation of wisdom that illuminated the entire region. "Welcome, navigator of the living vessel," called a voice as Eric's boat approached the harbor's entrance. The speaker was a woman whose age seemed to shift with the light, sometimes appearing young and vibrant, other times ancient beyond measure, but always radiating the deep peace that came from complete understanding. "I am Saga, the Memory Keeper," she continued, "guardian of this harbor, and chronicler of all the journeys that bring knowledge bearers to our shores. We have been watching your progress through the northern waters, and we celebrate what you have accomplished." As they entered the harbor, Eric marveled at the diversity of vessels that surrounded them. Some were clearly boats in the conventional sense, built from wood and rope and sail, but others defied easy categorization. There were ships that seemed to be constructed from crystallized music, vessels that appeared to be woven from starlight itself, and craft that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Each vessel reflects the nature of the knowledge it carries, Saga explained as she guided them to a berth that seemed to have been waiting specifically for their arrival. "Your boat has become something unique, a master key that can unlock any form of dormant wisdom. That makes it precious beyond measure in our work." The harbor itself was a marvel of engineering that combined practical functionality with deeper principles of harmony and connection. The docks were arranged in patterns that created resonance chambers, amplifying the knowledge sharing that took place between different vessels. The entire port hummed with harmonics that facilitated the exchange of wisdom between navigators from different worlds and dimensions. As Eric's family disembarked, they were greeted by representatives from communities throughout the archipelago. There were craftsmen who worked with materials that existed at the intersection of matter and spirit, scholars who studied the mathematics of consciousness itself, and healers who understood that true medicine addressed not just the body, but the soul's deepest needs. "Your son shows great promise," observed Master Rune Wright, a craftsman whose hands seemed to glow with their own inner light. The knowledge flows through him like water, finding its natural course. With proper guidance, he could become one of the great builders of his generation. Young Bjorn, now 8 years old and deeply attuned to the ancient ways, had indeed grown into remarkable capabilities during their journey. He could read the stories encoded in wood grain, understand the language of wind and wave, and sense the presence of knowledge in forms that most adults couldn't perceive. "I want to learn everything," Bjorn said with the enthusiasm that only children could bring to the prospect of infinite knowledge. "I want to understand how the boats sing, how the stars remember, how the trees dream." Or little Sigrid, now 6 and possessed of her own unique gifts, was immediately drawn to a group of children who were playing games that encoded sophisticated principles of harmony and balance. Within minutes, she was teaching them songs that her grandmother Olga had sung to her, melodies that carried within them the accumulated wisdom of generations. But it was Astrid who experienced the most profound recognition upon entering the harbor of all knowledge. As they walked through the port's central plaza, she encountered a group of women whose faces seemed familiar, despite the fact that she was certain she had never met them before. "Sister Healer," one of them called out, her voice carrying the warmth of long friendship. "We have been waiting for you to complete the circle." Astrid felt a shock of recognition as she realized that these women were practitioners of the same healing traditions that had awakened in her during their journey. They were part of a network of healers that spanned the cosmos, each one carrying aspects of an ancient medical knowledge that could only be fully understood when all its practitioners were connected. The healing arts were never meant to be practiced in isolation, explained healer Moonsong, a woman whose hands seemed to carry the memory of every wound they had ever tended. Each healer carries a part of the complete knowledge, but it's only when we come together that the full wisdom can be accessed. Over the following days, Eric's family was introduced to the true scope of the knowledge preservation network they had become part of. The harbor of all knowledge served as a central hub where information from countless communities could be gathered, integrated, and shared with those who needed it most. Eric found himself working with master shipwrights who had been building knowledge-carrying vessels for centuries. They showed him techniques that went far beyond anything he had discovered on his own. Methods for encoding wisdom into the very molecular structure of wood. Ways of creating boats that could navigate not just physical waters, but the currents of consciousness itself. Your vessel achieved something remarkable when it sacrificed its individual consciousness to become part of the network, observed Master Builder Starhand, whose own boat seemed to be constructed from materials that shifted between solid matter and pure light. Most vessels in our fleet carry specific types of knowledge, but yours has become a universal translator. It can help any community rediscover any form of ancient wisdom. This revelation explained the extraordinary success they had experienced in awakening dormant knowledge throughout the northern waters. Eric's boat had become something unprecedented, a master key that could unlock any form of suppressed wisdom, a catalyst that could awaken understanding in any community that had lost connection to its ancestral knowledge. But with this understanding came a new responsibility. The harbor of all knowledge was not just a destination. It was a training ground where navigators learned to use their enhanced capabilities in service of the greater work of knowledge preservation. The storm of forgetting was not an isolated event. Saga explained as she showed Eric charts that mapped the cosmic currents of knowledge and ignorance. Throughout the universe, there are forces that work to simplify existence by erasing complexity, to create false security by destroying understanding. Our network exists to counter these forces, to ensure that wisdom survives even when ignorance seems to triumph. Eric studied the charts with growing concern. The maps showed storms of forgetting gathering in regions throughout the cosmos, places where entire civilizations were choosing to abandon their accumulated knowledge in favor of simplified existence. The work of the Knowledge Preservation Network was more urgent than he had ever imagined. "What can we do?" he asked. "How can a single vessel, even one with the capabilities mine has developed, make a difference against forces that span entire galaxies?" Saga smiled, her expression shifting to reflect the deep wisdom that came from understanding the true nature of change. "You've already seen the answer in your journey through the northern waters. One awakened community awakens another. One rediscovered technique leads to the recovery of entire knowledge systems. The network grows not through conquest, but through connection." Over the weeks that followed, Eric underwent intensive training in the advanced techniques of knowledge navigation. He learned to read the cosmic currents that carried information between different dimensions of reality, to navigate by landmarks that existed in the realm of pure concept, to use his vessel's unique capabilities to maximum effect. But, perhaps more importantly, he learned to work with other navigators in coordinated efforts that could address threats too large for any single vessel to handle. The Knowledge Preservation Network operated like a vast organism, with each ship serving as a cell in a body that spanned the cosmos. Young Bjorn began his own formal training in the ancient crafts, working with masters who taught him to see the living potential in every piece of wood, every strand of rope, every scrap of sailcloth. He learned that building a knowledge-carrying vessel was not just a matter of technique, but of creating a partnership between craftsmen and materials that could result in something greater than either could achieve alone. "The wood wants to remember," he observed one day as he worked on a small practice boat under the guidance of Master Rune Wright. "It carries the memories of the tree it came from, and the tree remembers being part of the forest, and the forest remembers being part of the world." Little Sigrid found her own path in the community of songkeepers, children who specialized in preserving knowledge in musical forms that could survive the destruction of more conventional repositories. She learned that every melody carried within it the potential for encoding vast amounts of information, that songs could serve as living libraries that grew and evolved with each performance. Astrid's training in the healing arts revealed depths of knowledge that she had never imagined possible. She learned that true healing required understanding the connections between individual wellness and cosmic harmony, that the health of a single person was intimately connected to the health of entire communities and ecosystems. But it was during a ceremony called the Convergence of Memories that Eric experienced the most profound revelation of their time in the harbor of all knowledge. The ceremony brought together navigators from throughout the network, creating a temporary fusion of consciousness that allowed them to share not just information, but actual experiences and understanding. As Eric's consciousness merged with those of hundreds of other knowledge keepers, he experienced a moment of cosmic awareness that showed him the true scope of what they were all part of. The network of knowledge preservation vessels was not just a human endeavor. It was part of a universal process by which consciousness itself evolved and grew. Knowledge is not separate from the knower, he understood with sudden clarity. Wisdom is not something we possess. It's something we participate in. The ancient ways don't belong to us. We belong to them. This revelation transformed Eric's understanding of his role as a navigator. He was not just carrying knowledge from place to place. He was serving as a conduit for the universal process by which understanding flowed through the cosmos, connecting different forms of consciousness and helping them grow toward greater complexity and wisdom. When the convergence of memories ended, Eric found himself changed in ways that went beyond anything he had experienced during his journey through the northern waters. He was still himself, still the craftsman from Bjornhaven who had awakened to his ancestral knowledge. But he was also something more, a conscious participant in the cosmic process of knowledge preservation and evolution. "Now you understand," Saga said as they stood together on the harbor's highest observation deck, looking out over the constellation of knowledge-carrying vessels. "The ancient ways are not traditions to be preserved in museums. They are living currents of understanding that flow through the universe, connecting all forms of consciousness in a web of mutual growth and support." Eric nodded, feeling the weight and wonder of this understanding settling into his bones. He had begun his journey thinking that he was simply trying to preserve traditional craftsmanship. Now he understood that he was part of something infinitely larger, a cosmic network of consciousness that worked to ensure that wisdom and wonder would never be lost, no matter what forces might arise to threaten them. As their time in the harbor of all knowledge drew to a close, Eric realized that this was not an ending but a graduation. They had completed their initial training in the ancient ways, but their real work was just beginning. The cosmos was vast, filled with communities that needed the kind of awakening they had learned to facilitate. "Where will you go next?" Saga asked as they prepared to depart. Eric consulted the compass that Thora had given him so long ago, watching as its needle swung toward a point on the horizon that shimmered with possibilities he was only beginning to imagine. "Wherever we're needed most," he said simply. "Wherever knowledge sleeps and dreams of awakening." His vessel, transformed by its sacrifice and reborn as something greater, responded to his intention by adjusting its course toward the open sea. The boat's consciousness, now fully integrated with the cosmic network, could sense communities throughout the universe that needed the kind of help only a master key could provide. As they sailed away from the harbor of all knowledge, Eric felt a deep sense of completion mixed with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. He was no longer the simple craftsman who had left Bjornhaven so many months ago. He had become something that his ancestors had dreamed of, but never quite achieved. A true navigator of the cosmic currents of knowledge and wisdom. Behind them, the harbor's lights faded into the distance but never truly disappeared. The connections they had forged there would remain with them always, linking them to a network of knowledge keepers that spanned the breadth of existence itself. Ahead lay waters unmarked on any chart, communities hidden in the spaces between realities, and the endless work of helping consciousness grow toward greater understanding and wisdom. The greatest adventure of all was just beginning. Eric Thornson, master navigator of the Cosmic Knowledge Network, sailed toward whatever wonders awaited them in the infinite sea of possibility, carrying with him the accumulated wisdom of ages and the unshakable faith that knowledge, once awakened, could never truly be lost again. The ancient ways lived on, flowing through the universe like rivers of light, connecting all who chose wisdom over ignorance, understanding over fear, and the difficult beauty of truth over the comfortable darkness of willful blindness. And in the wake of their passage, new lights began to kindle in the darkness, communities awakening to their own potential, individuals discovering their connection to the ancient wisdom, and the eternal work of consciousness growing toward ever greater complexity and understanding. The circle was complete, but like all true circles, its completion marked not an ending, but a new beginning. The start of adventures that would span not just generations, but entire ages of cosmic evolution. The stars wheeled overhead in patterns that spelled out stories of wisdom preserved and knowledge shared. While below, the vessel of the master navigator carried its precious cargo of awakened consciousness toward whatever challenges and wonders awaited in the infinite expanse of possibility. The ancient ways had found their champions, and the light of understanding would never again be in danger of dying out in the cosmic darkness. The continuing voyage. Years passed, and the legend of Eric Thornson and his living vessel spread throughout the northern waters and beyond. Children in distant communities would listen with wonder to stories of the boat that could awaken sleeping knowledge, of the family that sailed the cosmic currents carrying wisdom to all who needed it. But these were not mere stories. In harbors throughout the universe, new vessels began to appear. Boats built by craftsmen who had awakened to their own ancestral knowledge. Ships that glowed with inner light and sailed on winds that blew from other dimensions. The network grew. One awakened community inspiring another. One rediscovered tradition leading to the recovery of entire knowledge systems. And somewhere in the vast expanse of possibility, Eric's vessel continued its eternal voyage, carrying its crew toward whatever wonders awaited discovery, forever part of the cosmic process by which consciousness grows toward greater understanding, greater wisdom, and greater connection with the infinite mystery of existence itself. The ancient ways lived on, and always would, as long as there were those brave enough to choose knowledge over ignorance, complexity over false simplicity, and the difficult beauty of truth over the comfortable darkness of willful blindness.